Hello and welcome everyone. Welcome to All the Words October 12-hour marathon. And the goal of this stream is to support this event of All the Words October, in which is just trying to get a writing routine in place, whatever that may look like for you, whether one day a week or 3 days or 5 days or every day. I'd say that I similarly have a good routine going this month. I was going for the 80,000 word goal, which I don't think I'm going to make. I'm sitting at 58,000 words right now. And today I will be working on my third short story in my completed 8-part short story series that it really needs a lot of work. I wrote it when I was sick and I thought I was pretty good going through like the 3rd chapter, and the 4th chapter hit and I was like, this is not working. So I'm going to go back to the beginning. I'm going to rewrite the 1st chapter today. It'd be nice if I could rewrite, if I could figure out the whole chapter or the whole story. So it's roughly it's just over 13,000 words right now, which is actually too many words. I need to be less than 12,000 because I'm trying to specifically hit 1 hour reads on Amazon with this, and that's roughly 10 to 12,000 words. It actually goes by page count on Amazon, so it just really depends on how that breaks up in chapters and what your in matter, your front matter, your back matter, what all that looks like, how many pages that takes up. And I think right now it's sitting right at 43 pages, which the 1 hour category is 33 to 43 pages. And it's sitting at 43 pages, and I don't have any back matter in it yet, which I think the back matter will just be a page, but it does mean I need to cut some words. And I think I will probably be able to do some of that today with the 1st chapter by rewriting it. So we'll see. Let me know what you're working on. You don't have to be working on writing. You don't have to be part of the All the Words October to be here today. I will be doing 1 hour long sprints. So whether you're reading or writing, housework, coursework, day job, or just taking care of you can use the sprints whichever way you want. And I will not be in the chats, of course, during the sprints because I do have focus issues. And yesterday was not a focus day at all. I did not focus hardly at all. So hopefully today my focus will be better. I don't think I accomplished much at all yesterday. So I ended up sleeping a lot and just reading. And then, so today I'm trying to get into my writing. I still have to open my document. I still have to get some coffee because I got back from the gym and hurried up and jumped to the shower and did my hair, which looks pretty cute right now, but it's raining outside, which means it's probably going to fall out. Or at least it's going to start, frizzing up a little bit. But anyways, what else I wanted to say? I wanted to say something else. Oh, and I will have character. Well, I don't know if it'll be just character because I haven't created all the questions yet, but I will be having some would you rathers when it comes to your story. And I have a lot built for characters, but I'm like reading through some of them like, I don't really like this one, but I like the first one, which you can answer and we can talk about after we come back from the 1st sprint, which is would your protagonist rather sacrifice their identity or their freedom to survive? So again, we'll answer. We'll look at those answers when we get back from the 1st sprint. Eva was the first one in. Good morning. How are you doing? Good morning. Tab open. See you soon. Hugging the like button. Thank you, Rachel. I appreciate it. Editing some videos and playing with cover creation for poetry collection this morning. Nice. So, excuse me. Playing with the cover creation. So did you get your whole poetry collection put together then? Because I know you were still like looking at what poems to put in together by theme. And then you were writing some poems. So do you have the whole thing done now? Or are you just like, let me move on to this next part here with the poetry collection? Charlie is writing. Hello, good morning. I'm getting some drafting done today. Awesome. Hair's fabulous. I know it looks so cute right now, but I hear the rain out. So I'm like, oh, it's going to fall out as the day goes on. So, but it's okay. I think already some of the curl has fallen out here. I do have some natural curl. That looks more like my natural hair. So it's like the curl I put in there is gone already. But yeah. I was rushing because I was like, okay, come home from the gym. And I was like, okay, kid is not going to school today. We talked with his therapist yesterday, and the therapist says we should keep him home from school since we're taking him off the medication that we think is making him aggressive. And the therapist said it would be a very big, like he was going to be dealing with a lot today. So while I'm doing this, I do have my kiddo home and just seeing how he deals with not being on this medication a day and coming off of it, kind of like, the psychiatrist, one who prescribed it, said take him off the medication. His therapist, who's on the same medication, said that he will be feeling a lot from not taking the medication today. So we have him home from school. So I didn't have to worry about putting him on the bus. So they give me a little extra time that I can actually choose something with my hair. But anyways, I'm getting off track. I don't even know where I was going with that when I first started that. Let's go on. Oxford, hello, good morning. I'm showering and then writing. Yay, I got my shower in. But I need some coffee. I mean, all of you's fabulous bikis and Elox, right? I always thought as I was growing up, I was like, well, I'm okay looking, but I have nice hair and I like my eyes. So I always like those things. And we'll keep what we can keep, right? Good morning, Adeshle. How's it going? Clones assemble. Yes, I wish. I still have to open my document and I need some coffee. I did take my meds. Ooh, coffee. I'll do coffee meds first. I did take my meds because I did that with my first cup of coffee before I went to the gym. And but I really am fiending for another cup of coffee. I don't even have my coffee cup back here. So I must have left it out in the kitchen. Oh wow, what a question! Hits home for our MCs, right? Yeah. So it came about. I was having this conversation in the chat, and Adeshle, like I think we were having that kind of back and forth conversation where we come across the character interview questions to get to know your character more, but they feel very just contemporary. And I write epic fantasy settings. Some people write post-apocalyptic, or just other settings that where those contemporary questions may not work as well or may not be applicable to whatever your character's doing, even like in an urban fantasy, right? If their job is killing demons during the day, say, for instance, it's maybe a little bit harder to answer some of those questions. So I was like, well, how can we do this? How can I get to know my characters and with different types of interview questions? So I've been coming up with a few different ones. I don't like all of them. Some are like, would you rather, would your protagonist rather confront the greatest fear physically or emotionally? And I'm like, I don't know about this one, but anyways, and then I thought, oh, I can make some of these to like these interview questions, but the would you rather's, but maybe about all of the parts of story. So conflict, themes, character, plot. There's another one in there. I don't remember, but yeah, setting. Did I say setting? Setting would be the other one, but I think that's it. Yeah, right. I'm not done with any part of it. Oh, okay. So you just like, let me move on to something else. I do that sometimes. I'm working on something and then I'm kind of like, I'm kind of done with this for right now. Like I need something new. I think that's like the ADHD part is like, I just need something fresh and new to do. But then, hello, good morning. I'm here for the productivity encouragement. Woohoo. Okay, we'll get ready to start our first sprint here very shortly. I'll be drafting Road to Station Post-Apocalyptic Story number 2. Hello, Weaver Words. How are you doing? Are you working on anything today? And then Miss Page, happy Wednesday. I'm plotting a later in life romance serial outlining 3 books. Nope, outlining books 3 and 4 today. So only outlining 2, so not 3, but just books 3 and 4 today. I read that wrong. Okay, I think that's the end of the comments. So let's go ahead and get. Did it show? Is it not doing it? I think my internet is acting crazy right now. Okay, it's going. It was just a black screen. That was weird. Okay, so 60 minutes on the clock in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. Okay, it looks like it went on to the next sprint, and I never even heard the first one stop. Guess we weren't too far into it, maybe like a minute or so. Wow, there's a lot of comments. How did you do? Let me write down what I did here. 50 minutes of writing. I did go out and get my coffee. And where's my calculator? 491 words added. Okay. Wonder why it did not make any noise. Oh, the site was muted. I don't know how it could be muted. I was just listening to some YouTube videos, but that was muted. That was really weird. Okay. Anyways, let's go on. 43 comments. Let's see if we get caught up here. Okay, left off with Miss Page saying, happy Wednesday. I'm plotting a later in life romance serial outlining books 3 and 4 today. And Weaver Words says, I have a long, messy chapter to edit. I'm determined to get through it today. That's the way I feel. Although it's kind of more of a messy story. But I did get through chapter 1. I rewrote it. I think it's much, much stronger. I was just getting to the end of it, and I was like, okay, I think I'm done with chapter 1. How much more time do I have? Should I stop here? And that's when I saw that the timer had started over. So you got this, Weaver Words from Adeshle. I'm going to try and get a good amount of words done for this book. Yay. Rosalind came in. Hello, good morning. I'm scrambling to get caught up today, and there's a fly the size of a drone buzzing around my sanctum. I may have to pause for murder. I love that. Sanctum, drone, murder. Sounds like a story in the making. You got this, Weaver Words. I got this. We all got this. Yes, love it. Love the positivity. And you're all so good. You also got this. Good morning to Rosalind from Adeshle. Flies attack our house like locusts sometimes. I haven't seen a fly in a minute, but there's lots of bugs here in Florida. But I know my teenage years were up in Indiana, and there's always this one like week in the summer. And I don't remember when it happened, but we'd get a bunch of ladybugs in the house, and they'd all swarm on the ceiling. So you look up and you just see tons of ladybugs everywhere. It was interesting. I've even thought of writing a whole fantasy short about trying to fight them off, the flies. Just do about ladybugs. Thanks, Adeshle. Good luck on the word count from Weaver Words. Rosalind says, we made seafood stock yesterday. Made the mistake of leaving the front door open while we did it. I figure that's why it looks like somebody summoned Beeso Pup into our house, right? Yeah, we didn't really have air conditioning in Indiana, the house that we were in. We were renting that house, so we had the windows open all the time. Even having my noble Sir Austinicus take part in the battle. No, Austinicus equals Austin, my 25-pound poodle mix who's afraid of everything. LOL. I like the name, Austinicus. Yep. Good luck on the editing. LOL to Rosalind. I get that. The challenge we have is our backyard. The dog's domain is right outside our kitchen. Our back door leads to it. I'm sure we have a small super small gap below the door. That or they are somehow finding a way past the windows. Yeah. We used to have the first year that we lived here in this house, we had fruit flies, and we couldn't figure out how they were getting in because we were always keeping everything closed. And then we found out they were getting in through the sinks, which is really weird. But that was like the only year we had problems with fruit flies. Old house, so it's hard to know, right? Maybe they're coming through your sinks. Hey everyone, says JL. How's it going? I have to do a few things before I can sit down to write, but I thought I would join the stream and get my productivity on. Hopefully you're able to get a few things done. A few more days, I should be hearing back from the paid beta reader. Really excited to read her notes. Absolutely love getting feedback on my work. And that's the one that you shared the link for, right? I did favorite her. So let me know how you like it, because I might be using her as well. I think it's a her. Yeah, it's a her. Okay. Once I have all her notes and I've gone over everything, I will make a video on my channel and let everyone know what I think about her as beta reader. Yay. Don't, if I'm, oh shoot, you're probably going to get it back while I'm gone because I'll be gone all next week for a conference. So I'll have to remember to look for it. I'll say just come by and stop in a sprint and leave a link so that way we can go watch it. Except I'm probably not going to be here when you get it back. Hello, says Emma. Hello, Emma. How are you doing? Are you working on anything today? Obviously wasn't thrilled about spending money, but the nice thing is about a paid buyer is you can pretty much guarantee you'll get your notes in a timely manner most often, right? Which was worth it to me. Cost $150. Was that because of the word count? Because I think I remember seeing that she said like any full length novel for like so much money. And I was like, would that really be for any full length novel? Because a full length novel is usually between 80 and 120,000 words. That's like average. And mine are like 200,000 words. So would she want to charge more? But that covers unlimited words. Okay. She gives about 15 pages of feedback. So I think I should be pretty thorough, or I think it should be pretty thorough and worth the investment. But I'll let you know. Yes, I definitely want to know before I use her. Hello, Morgan. How's it going? Hope all is well. How's your morning going, Emma from JL? Are you working on anything, Morgan? Or are you probably at work? Probably. And hello, Morgan. How are you? Good morning, JL. Morning to Emma and Morgan. Good morning. Lots of good mornings. I'm going to make a green bean casserole to drop off to my mother. She gets meals on wheels, but nothing like a home-cooked meal. Then I should be able to focus on writing. Oh, that's so nice of you to do that. Do you like cooking? What was it? I was reading something. Isn't that what you gave me? I think something Adeshle gave me. Oh yeah, where I haven't read through all of it yet because I figure I want to spend more time with it. But the article you gave me, I think it was yesterday, Adeshle, was about Jeff Van Meer's Wonder Book and his style scale, and it starts off with maybe you prefer, or like in one of the paragraphs, it says maybe you prefer cozy food mystery. And he says, I'm always astonished at the number of books in this genre. And I'm like, I didn't even know there was a genre, cozy food mystery. That's interesting. I had no idea there was a cozy food mystery genre. Yeah. Anyways. Quick question to JL. Do you happen to see the comments I left on your doc? And yay for food. I was waiting for that, for the foodie to come and say yay. I think I checked yesterday and didn't see anything. I'll check again after I'm done cooking. Always look forward to hearing your feedback. Also, did you say you had something you wanted me to look over? Things have been so hectic, it's hard to keep track. And I should be hearing back from the professional editor in a little over a week. Oh, a little over a week. So you might be getting back toward the end of next week then, which then might be just in time for me to come back. I don't think I read the rest of that. I'll let you know if I learn anything that I find helpful for your own work. I've got the hiccups. I don't feel hungry. I never worked with a professional editor, so not sure what to expect. Both very excited and pretty nervous. Yeah, I worked with a professional editor on my first series, but I think it's a bit different, right? Mine was mostly like line edits and grammar, proofreading, that stuff. So mine wasn't the developmental, which the beta reader would probably be more developmental. But yeah, I'll be excited to see what you get back. Yep, it's all good. It says, I'm going to try and leave a comment now on your document. Let me know if it notifies you or not. I left a test comment. If it's not showing up, well, you're not being notified. I just restarted the computer. Going to go check now. Yay, I see the comments. I absolutely love hearing what you think about my work. Always really helpful. And thanks for taking the time to read and leave comments. Things are a little hectic with my mom's doctor's appointments, etc. But if you have something you want me to look over, just let me know. You actually got me interested in sci-fi and fantasy. Oh, that's so nice to hear, but that makes Adeshle feel good too. Something I never thought would happen, which says a lot about your writing. So do you only write contemporary then? So that's your work that you're writing, right? That's the contemporary. Thanks to JL. To clarify, it does send you notifications on comments, like an email, right? I mean, I think, I don't know, I can't speak for her, but I think there's a feature, like you can turn that off. You can toggle it off. So if she's not, then that might be toggled off. I haven't received any emails from you lately, but I did find out if I go to the tab that says comments, your comments come up when they weren't showing before. I'm in emergency mode. I lost a chapter somewhere, and it was a good one too. Oh no, I hate to have to rewrite it. That just happened. Your comment just happened. So, oh no, that is terrible. I would not want to be there. So did you write it on your computer? If you wrote it on your computer, there might be a way to recover it. Couldn't tell you exactly how to do it without, each computer is different, but you probably know a little bit about it already, about how to recover things on your computer. But I usually do that when I've lost something. I try to see what I can recover as far as whatever document I wrote it into. If there's a Word doc or sometimes I lose Excel sheets too. But yeah, I hope that you find it. I would not envy that position at all. I got a video from 5% to 95% edited. Wow, you did a lot. 18 minutes to 4.5 minutes. That's awesome. You found that sprint very productive. Edited 2 pages, slow going, so I switched to text to speech to help me out. Oh yeah, when I edit, I don't really do text to speech. I suppose I could have done it with rewriting this first chapter, but I was like bringing in some lines. I was rewriting a lot of lines though, and I'd move things up and what was happening. So I kept thinking I could technically use speech to text for this, but I just did it all typing. But the text to speech. Oh no, so I switched to text to speech to help me out. Never mind, that's different than speech to text. Brain's not working completely yet. So different, totally different. So speech, so you did text to speech. So you were listening to your work, someone else reading it to you. What program did you use? I'm curious. I haven't found any programs that will read a whole lot without you having to pay for it. Like they only read like 15 minutes, or they only read like so many pages or so many words. So, although Word has that feature, but I think you have to have Office 365 to have it. I think the outline for book 3 is as complete as it can be. Moving on to book 4. Well, that was really quick. My outlines take me forever, but I had only outlined my short stories because I was trying to make sure they stay short stories, but they would take me a while, more than an hour. Good to know. To JL, I'll shoot you an email to alert you in the future. And oh no, right? For losing the chapter, I would not want to be in that position. I have lost stuff before though. It's not nice at all. But here, nice Miss Page and to Eva. I'm trying to get a good grip to Weaver from a Dishley, Indiana. Well, I live in Indiana, so it's been interesting. Did I know that? I don't think I knew that. I feel like that might have been a conversation because I feel like I said where I used to live. I lived close to Purdue University and used to go Boilermakers. So I think that was a conversation we had. So flies, those weird ladybugs aren't ladybugs and stink bugs. Yeah. And yes, beloved fruit flies. Good morning to Emma from Miss Page. Oh, hate fruit flies. Yeah. It was so weird the first year that we lived here. It was the only time it happened too. And I remember we prepared for it for the next year. Like we did, like once we found out what we need to do to keep them from coming through our drains into the house, we started doing that. And so next year we prepared for it, and we never saw another fruit fly. And then we've never done that preparation again, and we still haven't seen any fruit flies. So I don't know if it was just that one summer. I was gonna say, I think we had 2 hurricanes that came close to us that summer. So I don't know if that had something to do with it. Like we actually lost power for 10 days because of one hurricane. So I wonder if it was just the weather that had something to do with the fruit flies coming into the house. They're the worst. I need to figure out breakfast to keep my brain cells fueled. As a person who loves food, I was also surprised about the cozy food mystery genre, right? I was like, I had no idea this was a thing. And same, Miss Page. You could write a story about how you have this major beef with someone else. I'm thinking about beef like food with someone else, and to work against you, they send these flies into your house, but it seems just like a nuisance. I mean, that would continue working into the whole beef idea, being food and flies in the beef. So you have a major beef, so you send beef into their house that's filled with fruit or filled with flies. I'm writing a whole story here. But it seems like just a nuisance. But turns out they are the proverbial fly on the wall. They are watching and listening to everything you do, gathering information to work against you. I mean, I think that's already happening with internet talk about something. What was I talking? I was talking about something a couple days ago when I was doing a stream, and I started getting ads on my phone for it. For whenever I was online, I was reading an article and it came ad up. I'm like, I've never seen that ad before. Now I see it after I just talked about this. I'm not a science fiction and fantasy writer, so forgive me if it sounds ridiculous. Nope, you're fine. Doesn't sound ridiculous to me. Sounds like an amazing story idea. Now we'll run with it. Yeah, I guess it could be part of something post-apocalyptic, something the government's doing. The government is going to give out food to everybody in a post-apocalyptic scenario because everybody's short on food, and it's filled with flies that actually become flies on the wall. Nice, Ashley. My novel right now is about 85,000 words. Okay, so that's the one that you're giving to them for $150. I guess it just didn't hit me that 150 was the number. I was thinking it was lower than that. That was like 100, but I just probably don't remember it. I had it as part of a Google Doc. However, we removed it from the doc a long time ago, and I thought I had placed it on a document made for cut scenes. Now I can't find it. Well, if it's on a Google Doc, I know you said it was a long time ago, though, so I don't know how long Google Doc keeps things. But, if you go on, do you know how to go to Google Doc and, like, see what has happened in the past? Because there's a way to do that. You can go and see everything you've edited and changed in a Google document. I just don't know how far back it goes. Yeah. And whoop, whoop to JL. Either it didn't paste or one of us accidentally deleted it. I hope not. Text-to-speech is free on the online browser Word version. Yeah. I just don't have the browser. I don't have the 365 version. So that's the one you're talking about, right? Or is this something different? Got most of book 3 done yesterday. Oh, okay. So you didn't like do it all in one sprint. You already had a lot of it done. I'm not that quick either. I would say it takes me more than an hour to write an outline, and that's for a short story, and you're doing a whole book. I need my coffee. My co-writer and I are looking to find it. Maybe you don't know about the Google Doc thing, and I told you something about it, and now you might be able to find it. I'm hoping that's the case, but I feel like you would have already known that, and you probably already tried it, and it wasn't there. I like cooking when it's cold out. During the summer, I try to avoid, because it gets really hot, but this time of the year, it's kind of cozy to be in the kitchen. I don't really like to cook. And then nice JL. I really like to get back to baking, some banana bread, some chicken pot pie. Oh, I like to eat. I just don't like to cook it. Re-ads. I think I was on Amazon and checked out Doc Martens, and then suddenly got YouTube ads. Yes, I believe that. I believe it. And this Amazon and then YouTube, that is 2 different entities, but yeah, I still can believe it because they're tracking you. Now I need to just add the intro and outro. I like working with chats when I don't need to read or listen. I like working with chats when I don't need to read or listen. I think this is going over my head. I'm pretty sure if my head was working right, I'd understand what you mean by this. I like working with chats when I don't need to read or listen. I'm not sure what that means. Is that related to the intro and outro, or something else? Read Google Doc like a versioning history. Yeah. Hello from Iceland. Hello, Hafrun. How are you doing? I hope all is well. You're working on anything today? You're probably remembering it better than it was. If you can't find it, try some comfort. The book wants the rewrite. That's what I'm going with, Eva. We need to rewrite it. I mean, it's a creepy bath scene, so it's fun. Creepy bath scene. Is it horror or is it on the other end of the scale? I was just saying I got from 95% to 99% during the chat break. Oh, okay. Is that what you... Okay. Okay, so you're able to get stuff done while the chat's still happening. Gotcha. I will say, as someone who has lost multiple scenes and chapters over the years, often I end up rewriting it better than the first time. Same. It just still hurts. It hurts a heart to know that you've lost your words. Ads. I'm fairly certain I was on the Amazon app too, not a web page. Wow. Like, it still knows it, though. Did you buy something? And then if you bought something... Wait. Here's another thing. When you logged into the Amazon app, was it with a Gmail account? Because if it was with a Gmail account, that's Google. Google also owns YouTube. Then if you bought something, it would probably send a receipt to your Gmail account, which is also Google. So I wonder if that didn't even buy it. But maybe do you log in with a Gmail account? I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out how they know this about us, how they track us. It's scary. So hopefully that gives you some glimmer of hope that maybe this will turn out for the best. To Rachel, I think. Hello, Hafrun. I didn't even buy it. They all talk to one another. We all get ads if the device is listening, hear you using keywords. I think it's really funny is that I have, I had another YouTube video playing. It was songs on a playlist. So it's weird that I could hear the songs on this playlist, but yet my YouTube was muted. I don't get it. I don't know how that worked. But anyways, the songs are playing. I'm writing this chapter for the last sprint. And I got like right to the end of the chapter. I was like, oh, and I start singing along. And the moment I started singing along, the YouTube video paused. I'm like, was it that bad? But so it's urban fantasy, but the scene is is when one of the characters is in a bath at her vampire lover's home, and it turns out he's hiding someone, a la Jane Eyre vibes. Did I say that right? I don't know if I said the name right. Okay. I mean, you've got a good grasp at least of the scene, so you can rewrite it. We're in a dystopia. Yeah. Yeah. So hopefully I wish you could find it, because it just hurts to have lost it. Even if you find it and you're like, you know what, I can still rewrite this and write it better, it would still be better to find it versus not find it. But if you have to rewrite it, you have a very good grasp, I feel, of the scene, so you'll be able to write it well, I think. I'm going to think positive vibes for you. Didn't buy anything. I'm sure I did just one of those. Oh, that looks nice. Expensive, but nice. I'll save it. Did you actually save it for later? I mean, you took an action on the site, I think. Pardon, I realized I used an M dash. Oh, you did. Yes, you did. I mean, it didn't turn into M dash, but it sure does look like an M dash on the screen. On the back end here, it looks like a two dashes. Oh, on the YouTube screen, it looks like two dashes, but you can't see it very well. JK, LOL, right? Google sign in, that might be the thing. Yeah, because if you sign in with your Google account, they're tracking it all. I miss being able to use M dash. Just kind of crazy that people will automatically assume that AI wrote your story if you use them, or so I've been told. Yeah, I've seen quite a bit about it. So I'm not like not using them at all, but I am reducing the many that I like to write. So I try to tell myself, okay, Shannon, you're allowed to have one per page. That's it, just one. I think I have one actually in my chapter. Oh, well, no, I've got two, because it's a they're side by side. They're around a phrase toward the end of my chapter. I thought about trying to change it, but I really like it. So I'm like, no, I'm keeping it. That's actually from the previous rewrite of this chapter. I had it. It's the only ones I have. But I like it. And I was like, I'm keeping it. I like it. I could put commas around them because it does the same thing, but it's just not the same. The latest witch hunt craze is the Oxford comma. Oh, I don't know about this one. What is this about? Like people using it or not using it? That is so weird, because that's just a grammar preference, and also something you have to have depending on, or not have, depending on where you're trying to get published. So if you're trying to get published in a literary magazine here in the US, you have to have the Oxford comma. But if you're trying to get something published in Europe, you should not be having the Oxford comma. Rage bait, all of it. You're kidding me. I mean, this is not a punctuation you can just replace. Like the M dashes, I can replace those with commas. It works. You can do with commas. It doesn't, I don't think it gives the same vibe or whatever it is that you're hoping to, the emotions that you're trying to create in the reader. But you can still replace it with a different punctuation. You do not have to use an M dash, or you could do it with parentheses. There's different ways to replace an M dash with other punctuation. You can't just replace the Oxford comma. There's nothing to replace it with, really, unless you're going to rewrite your entire sentence. Just write your stories. AI is in competition. LOL. It is until someone accuses you of using AI, and then your books, people won't buy them and stuff, because that happens. People do that, right? The cancel culture thing. I'm like, y'all leave us Gen X writers alone. That's what we were taught, right? Seriously, Rachel. I only use M dashes when a character's dialogue gets interrupted, so no biggie. Yeah. See, I like to use it. I use it for that too, in the interruption, but that wasn't something I did until I had my first editor, because I would just use ellipses. But then she told me, if the dialogue is being interrupted, you're supposed to use an M dash. The ellipses is if the character is like trailing off in what they're saying. So I learned that difference then. That was back with my debut novel. But I use M dashes for like this one is just around a phrase. So yeah, it's like extra information about what's happening in the scene. Readers aren't out there trying to figure out how many M dashes or Oxford commas a novel has. Critics and writers do that. When I went to make breakfast, I found my tea still steeping for 2.5 hours ago. It was still steeping. I'm too stubborn or lazy to redo it right, so now I'm using Hub's coffee creamer to tone it down. Oh, I bet that was really, really, yeah. I just saw like, what was it? Was it a video or a short where they talked about, I can't even remember the beginning of it now. All I know that the ending was when you use tea bags for tea, you might be trying to be healthy with a different type of tea that you're using, but the tea bags themselves release lots of microplastics. So then it's actually not as healthy for you. That's how I remember it ending. I don't remember how it started, but something like that. I don't really drink tea, but I have in the past. I haven't heard an example yet where an author that wrote their books went from earning an income to not earning an income over accusations they couldn't counter. Anyone have a name? I mean, I did, but I don't remember. It was a few different ones from TikTok. I don't watch TikTok, but I watch the videos from like booktubers and stuff who talk about TikTok drama, mostly like book talk drama. And there were several of them when the whole vellum thing happened. Several authors who lost a bit of income until, people came out and say, hey guys, vellum is not the same thing as Vella. Vella is not even a writing AI. It's just an AI that does something else. But yeah, I could use a rabbit hole, LOL. After spending over 3 years and $2,000 on my book for beta readers and editor, will be pretty disappointed if someone thinks AI wrote my book. Like, I took time away from my family to do this. Yeah, and I think that's true for most writers, right? The ones who are actually writing the books, it takes some time to do it. But I guess these days, if you're going to write something, you just have to accept the fact that people will probably assume or accuse you of using AI to create your story. Yeah, that's the scary part about, like, I'm pro AI in a lot of ways, but at the same time, it does put us in a precarious position, those of us who are writers or artists who are real artists, because now you have to deal with accusations that what you're writing or creating is not actually what you're creating. I still have copies of my book's original draft from 2012, so F them if they want to claim it's AI. Also, I had those drafts and the newer ones copyrighted. I did see the article about the microplastics. I changed brands right away, but I probably need to go recheck. They haven't crept back into my collection. Okay, so you know what I'm talking about. I was like, I'm probably made no sense because I'm trying to remember a video I couldn't remember. So anyway, people just want drama, methinks. Yeah. It sounds like publicity for those with the drafts, time, and story details to counter nonsense allegations. I know, like, one writer was complaining about, like, how are we supposed to prove that this is ours? Like, there's way to like fudge drafts or whatever, like times. I don't know. I can't remember the different stuff I was reading now, but like, we're not going to sit there and have a camera on us all the time. Of course, I'm like, well, you're not a YouTuber, but you could have a camera on you all the time when you're writing. But I would barely write a word if I knew people were watching me write, because I'd be like, I don't know what, but especially if it got to scenes that were like the intimate scenes. Yeah, that's not going to happen on screen because I can't, But yeah, I was going somewhere with that, but I don't remember where I was supposed to go. Agreed to Rachel from Adeshley. Exactly that. Rage gets views way more often. I was just watching a booktuber talk about the whole rage bait and everything, and just talking about how it's actually a pretty small channel. I think she was under 1,000 subscribers, but she had over 2,000 views on that video. But just talking about how, and she's younger, so she's talking about how her generation, that everything is negative, and she's just tired of it. She's tired of trying, like, people are making content just to be negative because it gets views. I could definitely use Pro Writing Aid to help me notice issues with grammar, sticky sentences, etc. But the entire story came from my own imagination. Yeah, I mean, I just look at, like, okay, if you're using AI to help you come up with a different word to use for a word that you just use, how is that really different than just getting a thesaurus? I mean, you're not accessing that word from your memory, right? Because whatever block is in the way at the moment. Because we have all these words. It's just getting to those words. And it's just much easier to go to a thesaurus. AI kind of works in the same way when it comes to, like, the Pro Writing Aid and stuff like that offers, like, alternative words or whatnot. And it's like, okay, we're not allowed to do any of that. I did watch a short this morning that said how to verbal I can't remember the second word, but basic fluency, I think is this verbal fluency. So, I find myself often during sprints and stuff, I'm like, oh, I can't think of the word I was thinking of. And I was like, this is what I was trying to say, but I know there's a word for it. I can't remember. There's lots of times I can't pull these words out. And this guy in this short was saying, this is something that a lot of us actually do. And that to increase your verbal fluency, 1 minute a day, state a sentence and use the last word of that sentence to start the next sentence. Use the last word of that sentence to start the next sentence, and just speak it out loud. So this is out loud to increase your verbal fluency, I think is what he called it. And I was like, oh, that's really interesting. It's just 1 minute a day, and you'll actually be able to recall these words better, because we all had these words in our head. We know they exist, but getting those words to come out sometimes is like, what was I trying to say? Same thing when we're writing. We're like, I know there's a better word that could go here. I'm just put this one in place right now. But grammar, not grandma. This is why I hate talk to text, but yet I still use it. I have the same thing. I liked it. I thought it was kind of cute too. It's like, oh, grandma. Oh, hello, Laura. The imposters will be obvious. Yes. At least now I'm pretty sure I can tell when the book is AI. But hi, Laura. Seriously, talk to text hates my accent, yet I continue to use it recklessly and rebelliously. I mean, you get some funny stuff out of it. So I figured it was grammar, but I thought I was laughing inside. I was like, grandma. Because then we were talking about the Oxford comma. That's not the Oxford comma. That's just a regular comma. But, it has an actual name, but I can't recall it. I call it the extra information comma, because I try to get my students to learn 4 main commas that you would use in your writing when I was teaching college English and literature. And one of them I called the extra comma, because the name that's given to it was really hard to remember. The restrictive clause or something, or unrestrictive clause, comma, or whatever it is. But I just call it the extra comma. So it's when you have like extra information that you don't necessarily need, but you add it. And so you need a comma before it. And so like one of the ones I would show, one of the examples is let's eat grandma. So if you don't have the extra comma in there, it's like, let's eat grandma. We're eating the grandma, right? Or you say, let's eat comma grandma, let's eat. And now you're talking to grandma. So I was thinking that we're talking about commas and grandma and everything. And so that all that went through my head at the time I read the grandma. So anyways, if you ever dealt with someone refusing to acknowledge their actions, you know what an AI writer will do when accused of AI writing. If you ever dealt with someone refusing to acknowledge. True. I mean, because there is such a stigma on AI writing, most people are not going to own up to it, for good reasons, of course, but not good reasons for them not owning up to it, but the stigma of it. I think if anyone asked me to talk freely from my heart about my book, it will be obvious I wrote it. I could talk for hours about the characters, the plot. I think we're all there. We all love our stories, I think. Those of us who write our stories, we love them. We love our characters. Although I'm starting to forget some of them until I get back into it. I'm like, oh yeah, that's what this character was. I remember when I first put together her profile and what she was like and how she reacted to people. But now that I'm writing about so many characters, I'm starting to forget some of them. Exactly. I'll probably do a live writing stream. I write slow. I'll probably do a live writing. I write slow, so it's not the most action-packed thing to watch. But I'll have a timer, do the chats with folks, etc. Yeah, I don't think I could write in front of people. I don't know how people do it with their keyboard. They have like their keyboard on screen, or like a simulation of a keyboard so it can show which keys they're hitting. I think that's cool. I could probably do that, except I don't really use my keyboard when I'm brainstorming or drafting. So you'd see nothing happening unless right now, like I'm revising and editing, now you'd see it. But visible my M dash and visibly put my M dashes in. In addition, I'll showcase my poor knowledge of proper grammar or comma usage. LOL. Sorry, I was making the whole thing grammar. You're just talking about commas, just a small aspect. AI books are not good. They are not capable of being complete and solid. I totally agree. I said I can't prove 100% that some of the books that I've DNF'd are AI, but I'm pretty certain they are. Additionally, awesome. I've been wanting to host live streams for some time, but technology is a challenge for me, so I've been hesitant. I know the video you're talking about. You do. If you're accused of being an AI writer, I'd be concerned about other things. Are you talking about me specifically, or just like in general if a writer was being accused of being an AI writer? I'd be concerned about other things. I wish they would pick on semicolons next. I don't mind never using one of them again. Most people don't even use semicolons right. I would tell my students, don't use semicolons. There's very specific reasons to use a semicolon. There's really only 2 reasons that most writers will need to use them. And most writers use them incorrectly. So I know it doesn't really matter when it comes to like fiction. It's fiction. You can use punctuation however you want. That's the whole idea of writing fiction and creating your own writing style. But when I see a semicolon used incorrectly, I'm like, oh, it hurts. So, do you need help figuring it out, JL? Maybe y'all should, set up a live stream together, because I was afraid to do my first live streams, and that's I had someone who helped me out feel better about it for a while before I started doing my own. And then Eva, so far, everyone who has read my book start to finish has cried or been emotional at least once, including my stoic husband. Not sure AI could have accomplished that. Yeah, I don't think AI is good at the emotions part for sure. But most writers are not good. Not most writers. I'm not good. I should just put this on me. I don't feel like I'm very good at evoking emotions. I want to, but it's definitely a skill you have to work on. And you've done that beautifully from everything you've said with your debut. So you've got this. I need it. Additionally, any advice about how to set it up would be awesome. I don't even know where to begin. Maybe I can Google some articles later. I would love to host. Yay. Already setting it up. Like, everyone who hosts these streams have helped me get my writing done so much. I would like to give back. It's also great just, being part of the community, and the way to be part of it. Also, if I let pro writing aid dictate my entire document, it would be ridiculous. I had to ignore a lot of the advice because it just didn't make sense. Yeah. That is so true. Only you know your story like you. If you're using any of these things to help out, you're the final boss on what happens. Linguistic stuff. Am I that far behind? I thought I was getting caught up in the comments. Okay. I'm excited to watch all the extra writing streams in November. They really help me get the words done. Yeah, me too. I like being part of the community as much as I can be. That video was super helpful. Right? Better, faster, without limitations. I don't think I've seen this one. I haven't seen this one, but this is all right. Well, is this the same lady that's in the process videos that you sent me yesterday? The video you sent me yesterday? She looks like the same lady, or pretty close. Thank you, Adeshle. I can find a video on setting up a live stream or try to help. I'm not as fluent because it's been a while, but I'm good at figuring stuff out. I've only ever did my own streaming on Twitch. I started with OBS. OBS is not intuitive. It's harder, I think, and figured out the basics without too much struggle, but there's a lot I do not know. If you figured out OBS, Eva, all these other ones are going to be easy for you, I think. Hi again to anyone who said hi to me when I came in earlier. Hello, Morgan. I went to the store. Now I'm back, taking the day off for a procedure tomorrow. Oh, well, I hope the procedure goes well, and good luck with that. Tomorrow is Thursday. I think I'm going to try to get onto Rachel's stream tomorrow. It just depends on how things go with the psychiatrist in the morning, because we have a psychiatrist. We have family appointment with the psychiatrist and the kiddo. So, and if I'm not wore out, I plan on being Rachel's stream. I don't know. Let's see. What did I just say? Oh, it's here. It's sort of taking the day off for procedure. So, okay. I don't know what I was thinking. I have no idea where my brain jumped to. I don't know what I was thinking. I appreciate that, Adeshle. I would love to be able to do a live stream once a week. That's how I started. I started doing them by Friday mornings is when I would do them. So I'll see if I can find a video for you. And if not, I'll see if I can walk you through it, hoping to distract myself with writing today. Let me get through these comments because we should be getting on to another one. I don't think anyone's answered the question that I had up there. Would your protagonist rather sacrifice their identity or their freedom to survive? So if you answer it now, we'll wait until the next one because I don't think anyone did it. So we'll come back. We'll use the same one again. No, the proverbial you I meant. Okay, if someone is accused of AI, I think 1, is it malicious? 2, is your plot bad? 3, did you edit things for pacing? 5, boring. So if anybody was accused of AI, you would think it was probably just not a good writer who didn't have good editing. And I think a year ago, if we came across a bad book, that's exactly what we would think. It was not a very well told story. It didn't have the right editing, blah, 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 right? Where now it's easier to think it's AI. But I do have to say, like I mentioned, I mean, I have read a whole lot more books. I think I got to 104 or 106, somewhere in there, books last year is what I read. And I only DNF 2. This year I'm up to 189, but 189 as of a week and a half ago. And I've read 6 books since then, I think at least 6, but I've DNF 12. So my DNF is much higher overall, I think, than my rate of reading, because if it was, say it was 104, so that would be 208. And that means 4 books DNF'd and 208 books if it was the same rate, which I'm at 12 books DNF. So I'm pretty sure some of those were AI. Maybe not all of them, but there's a few of them I really have strong suspicions about. Though if others in the chat have easy to use resources, please share. Hey, Morgan, great idea taking off today. I like OBS. It's not been running on my computer lately. But I once long ago tried to run a Twitch channel. Oh, you did? Hi, Eva from Morgan. Are you streaming daily in November, Shannon? Oh, well, I'm actually going to a conference. I'm leaving on Sunday, and I won't be back until Friday. So I can't really stream every day because I'm gonna be traveling. Like 3 of those days I'll be traveling. So yeah, I can't this year. But I might next year, might do in November. I'm doing no conferences next year. I told myself no conferences. So yeah, if you're going to, I'll definitely be there. If I can swing it, I'm hoping to take most of November off of work. Okay. Well, I'll be back. I haven't really thought about it doing it every day. I could do it every day once I get back, but I don't know. I'll have to see where I'm at. Ooh, daily streams, goody. Maybe, I don't know if you probably can't, but you said you want to do a lot of writing. I'll think about it. See if there's something I want to do. This woman is the same woman that talked about posting and book sales. Okay, it is. Wait, was it the same channel? That's the one that I gave you yesterday. I think I'm mixing up people. I'll look at it later. Okay, yes. Okay, so the one is basically said not to use the social media, doesn't really get that many book sales. Yeah, my computer didn't love things, or my Wi-Fi decided against streams, though, not my thing. Yeah. There is a lot of draw on your Wi-Fi and your computer processing when you do a live stream. So please stream in her absence. Thank you. I'm codependent. LOL. Okay, I think I got to the end. All right, let's go ahead and get started on another sprint. Hopefully this time I will hear the timer. I need to back this up. Thanks for sharing the link, Adishley. Let's find the right tab. 1 hour on the clock. If anyone has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, we'll get started on the next hour in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. it's time on the second sprint. How did you do? So the first sprint, I rewrote a lot of chapter 1, and I tried to cut out some words. I was successful in cutting out a little less than 100 words. And I was over 13,000, which was too much for what I needed for the story to hit the 1 hour category on Amazon. But then I did chapter 2, and I got it under 13,000. And now I took chapter 3, and I decided to split it up into 2 different chapters. But then I'm almost done with chapter 3, the new chapter 3, just going through and just cutting words, basically, without trying to lose my authorial voice. And I'm down to 12,488 words. So I'm cutting quite a bit, which is good because I felt like one of the reasons why I needed to go back after I had gotten through what chapter? I don't remember what chapter it was because I've changed the chapter numbers a few times now with splitting chapters. I think originally I got through like chapter 5 or 6 out of 7. So I was almost done. But I think it was around chapter 3 or 4. I was like, I really need to go back and redo this. And part of that was because I knew I needed to add more to make the story work, but I couldn't add more because I was already over on word count. So it was almost like I could just keep going and write what I think I need and then worry about cutting words. But it was like getting on me, like, I can't add more words. I'm already over. So I'm cutting and cutting. And now I feel better. Now I feel like when I get back to that point that I can add what I need to add to make the story make sense. So that's where I am. Left off with Morgan, LOL with Eva. And Disha said, not a problem. I think that was to me saying thanks for the video. And Rachel says, that sounds awesome, Morgan. My eyes just crossed to double vision. Time for a break. Thanks for sprinting in case I don't make it back. Well, thank you so much for being here. And I hope overall it's a better outcome when you have to rewrite that part of the story that you lost. Enjoy the break, says Eva. I got the hiccups. And now it is the time that I would normally get the hiccups, but I don't feel hungry. Usually I get hiccups when I'm hungry, and they usually happen around 10:30 a.m. my time, Central. Take care, Rachel from Adeshle. I finished that first video and have now gathered all the footage on this laptop to see what I can use and how. For the next video, also finish the dishes. Quite productive. Morgan says, I scrolled a bit, opened my document, ate some Jell-O, read where I left off in my book. So, I have to usually, read stuff again to, be able to start writing. So I feel like, I don't know if you felt like that was productive or not, but reading where you left off, I think is very important so you can get back in the right mind frame. I think it helped for me that I was starting back over at the beginning of this story to get back in the mind frame of the story, even though I knew I went to revise it. It's helped me get back into it again. Hold on. This spacing is not enough for me to remember where I left off. Okay. Fix my document. And prepared for preparing. Your plate is small today, Morgan. Go easy. Yes. Take it easy. Move the cliffhanger from book 3 to the end of book 4 and now solving the ending of book 3 again, but it's going well. Wait. So if you're moving the cliffhanger from book 3 to book 4, does that mean book 4 then is not the end of the series? Because if you're having a cliffhanger, that means you're going to have another book, at least one more, right? Jail says, casserole done. Fed the feral cats. They look so much healthier since I started feeding them home-cooked chicken. Oh, and coffee finally made. Pretty soon can actually write. Sounds like you're doing a lot of great stuff. So the feral cats, like they're actually feral? Because I'm thinking you're just like calling them feral cats because, like you want to call your cat feral is it like a pet name or something? I don't know. I can't think of the right word. But I did have Loki in here for a minute. But he had decided that I have a dragon, like little like coaster. I put it away in a drawer so he won't find it again. Or I'd show it to you guys. But he found this like little drawer dragon coaster I had on my desk, and I didn't realize he had it, and he'd take it, and he was like jumping around my room. I'm like, what do you have? I'm like, oh no, wait a second. Did he get my drawer open? Because he opens my drawer in my bathroom, and he likes to get like my little ties. I've been keeping some of them with me. So I have like the little ties I wear when I go to the gym, and he likes to get them and he chews them apart. So I had to keep buying more because he keeps chewing them apart. I was like, did he get one of those? So I was like, what do you got? And so I went chasing him. Of course, he was still playing with it. And I finally caught up to him. And as soon as he saw me, he was like, oh no, I'm in trouble. And he let it go. And I picked up my coaster and I was like, why are you playing with this? I mean, I just bought them a dozen new toys. They played with them like once and now they're done. And now they want to play with everything else that's not a toy. And Loki's worse than Thor is about this. So then Loki is like, okay, I'm done. I can tell you're not happy with me, which I was not happy with him. I was like, why are you playing with this? And he was like, okay, I'm done. And he went to the door, so I let him out. I was like, okay. But yeah. This is a 6-book series. Okay, so you've got a couple more books beyond these two then. So that probably makes sense to put that cliffhanger a little bit later. Oh, yeah, someone answered the question because I was like, no one still answered the question. But okay. In one of my middle grade projects, a character is hiding who they are to avoid those who would harm them until they can't anymore. So I'm going to go with identity for the question. And the question is, would your protagonist rather sacrifice their identity or their freedom to survive? And then this is like a really interesting one because in my current work in progress, not the short story, could apply to a short story too, but both Nira and Zane are in secret organizations. So both of them have like an identity that they can't really claim. So they have to kind of give up their identity. And even more so for Nira, because she is an assassin, she had to give up any and all identity to her family, which she's actually part of the royal family. So she was not like, so she was actually like dead to her family. There's only her brother knew she was still alive. The rest of them thought that she was dead. But, and I say they thought because she does have a sister in the story with her who travels with her. And yeah, so that's a whole thing. And then in a way, in this story, the short story I'm writing is called Shadow and the Air Trickster. So she's human and she actually has a name that she's known by, like a infamous name. She's a thief. She's known as the Shadow Thief. And he's got an infamous name that he's known by, the Air Trickster. So they both have identities, and the whole idea behind the story is them breaking down the identity to reveal who they truly are to each other. So that's how that story is supposed to end. But it's lots of fun in between, like actual fun in games. She's trying to steal his illusion mask so she can escape her identity as a shadow thief, because she wants freedom. It's really interesting that I came up with this question. I must have had this story in my mind when I came up with this question. Sacrifice identity. So she's trying to sacrifice her identity so she can have freedom, and she fails in stealing the illusion mask, and he says basically he could like turn her in for trying to steal from him because she makes it all the way into his apartments in the mountain, and she saying too much. My brain is jumping. Anyways, he decides to tell her, well, if you play my games and you win, then I'll give you a chance to get the treasure that you seek. He says it that way because in the end, he's not offering her the mask, but he's still offering her freedom, which is what they really both want in the end, is freedom. So, yeah. And so then the most of the short story is these games. And the first one is the Air Fae, they live in mountains, but they have like bridges between all the mountains and like floating pavilions in between all the mountain range. And so he makes an illusion of a lot more bridges, and she has to make it for one bridge, for one mountain to another mountain, and take the right bridges and not take any of the illusion bridges because then she'll fall. So that's like the first game they play. So it's lots of fun. The story's gonna be fun to finally get it right. It's gonna be fun. And that's my fever dream. The last game they play is riddles. And I know that's where I'm like, oh my gosh, because I read some of it. I was like, I make no sense because I was trying to make up riddles, not like real riddles that we use. I probably would have been better off just using real riddles like in our world, because those riddles make no sense whatsoever. That was my fever dream because I was sick when I wrote this story. So, but yeah, I like that. So they can't have any more. So I'm going with identity for question. I also found out the artist I love, NF, is dropping a new song. Oh, the NF. That's it. So when you said artist, I'm thinking like picture artist, image artist, someone who draws things for you, artists. NF, yeah, that's a band, and mostly their biggest inspirations from Eminem, but I don't really like them as much. But I think I heard snippets of their new song, and that wasn't too bad. I don't remember what it was, but the very beginning, because when I first heard it, I was like, okay, Eminem came up with another song. I was like, oh, that's right. This is the other one. Yeah. So dropping a new song in 2 weeks. So that's exciting. Have you seen some of the shorts or whatever that they've put out on it? Ooh, that is exciting. Answer, I think Emerton would definitely sacrifice her identity over freedom. And I think Shaw would choose to sacrifice his freedom over his identity. I can actually see that. Yeah. I can see that for both of them. In that middle grade project, a portal fantasy, the main characters are helping the one who has been hiding. I hope to query it next year. Good luck in that. I can't wait to hear about it. I know middle grade's kind of hard to like self-publish. You have to have the right connections for that. I have class in 2 minutes. Oh, that was like 4 minutes ago. So I'll catch up with y'all another morning. Thanks so much for being here, Paige. I appreciate that. And thanks for the space, Shannon. Yep, thank you for being here. Have a good one. I have made riddles in 3 stories. I don't know why I do that to myself. That's what I was thinking too. Let me see if I can get a final wager. Okay, it says first riddle. I steal breath and return it dressed as song. I wear banners for clothes and kiss every brow without lips. Catch me and I'm gone. Name me. This one was not too bad, and the answer is wind. But that one wasn't actually too bad. This one, The Secret. I wear a face, I erase faces. Light's twin, lover, enemy. I follow, yet I lead every fear. And that is supposed to be darkness. But I don't really get it. I don't know what I was thinking. Light's twin, I guess. I don't know. I don't think this is a very good one. I'm often revealed, yet never truly seen. I keep my strength in silence and turn fate to boon or bane. What am I? Oh, it even put punctuation in that sentence. Okay, there we go. And that is supposed to be a secret. That one doesn't make any sense to me either. Anyways, I have a lot to do when I get to that. That's chapter 7. I'm in chapter 3. I'll worry about that one later. So, hello, Jessica Vita. Welcome to the channel. I think you're brand new here, so welcome. Are you a reader, writer, or are you doing something else, a college student, or anything else? You don't have to tell us if you don't want to, but you're welcome to share. I agree with that, Morgan, says Eva. You can hire Michael, right, to write the riddles for my stories. I should. Yep. It was great. Brilliant. They're definitely feral cats. It's taken me about a year to gain some trust with them. I still can't pet them, but they get closer to me now than they did before. So feral in this case was very literal. I was taking it. I thought you meant you were like joking in a joking manner. So yeah, careful. We took in lots of cats when I was growing up. Almost all of our animals were shelter or rescues. There you go, rescue animals. But we did have one that was quite feral, and then she ended up biting, and then we had to get rid of her at that point because she was drawing blood. Oh my goodness, when is the next riddle stream? They show up every day, usually at 5 for dinner, but since it's getting colder, they're here for breakfast as well. Aww. I miss those riddle streams. They were fun. They were ridiculous. Yeah, they were. I got the hiccups. Every time I get one right, it surprised even me. Me too. Ridiculous, yes, but fun. LOL. Okay, I got to the end. So I guess I'll put up another question. I have to figure out which one I want to do. So I'll change out the question and at the beginning of this next sprint. So the thing. Another hour on the clock. If you have to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, we'll start it on the next hour. This one's with the kitties. 3, 2, 1. Good luck. And that is time. How did you do? I actually got a lot. I don't remember what chapter I finished off or where I was at when I left off, but I just finished. Hold on. I've got too many things open. I just finished chapter 4, so I was just studying chapter 5. I think this was more of like a revision than editing round. I revised a whole lot of sentences, like whole paragraphs. So I ended up adding quite a bit in word count, although I cut out a lot of words. I don't remember what I said last time either. I know it was over 12,000 words, but now 11,797. So quite a few hundred words. But 649 words added all together in my revision. So that's where I'm at. See how you guys did. I think I left off. Oh, I didn't get to say this part. This is what Adesha was saying right before we went on to that last sprint. And this was in answer to the previous question about responsibility. Where did I put that question? I put it somewhere. I don't remember where I put it. Oh, here. Oh, yeah, if a protagonist would rather sacrifice their identity or their freedom to survive. And his answer was Eli, cynical DJ, would sacrifice his identity. Still thinking about the rest, though. And then JL says, additionally, I started reading through some of your comments. Thanks so much. Totally making my day to read your feedback. Great to hear, JL. I'll have more comments for you. I have more comments by tomorrow. I'll add it for you. And then Gwenna came in. Hello, good morning. You just reminded me that I do have one bit of admin I need to do at some point today. Because I think put the due date for dates and times for the podcast was yesterday. And Gwenna, actually, I don't have an email back from you yet. So Adeshle and Jody / Tracy, they gave me their availability, I think. No. Adeshle was the only one who gave me his availability. Tracy emailed me back, but never responded to it. So I'm just gonna pick a day that works well, and then I will just I'll let you guys know what day works, and then if you're able to make it, well, yay that you guys can make it. If not, no worries. Hopefully those that you read made sense. I barely had sleep that day. That's from Adeshle to JL. Hi, Gwenna from Adeshle. Am I reading the title right? Are you streaming for 12? Yeah, streaming for 12 hours. I started at 8 a.m. my time, which is 9 a.m. Eastern, and whatever else that means in other time zones. Has every last ounce of your sanity fled your body? No, I mean, seriously, I can usually focus for a really long time. This week's been a little bit different because just family stuff going on, but I can typically focus for a really long time when it comes to like writing and whatnot. Now, if I had to do 12 hours of nothing but admin, then my sanity would be in question. So, hi, Adeshle from Gwenna. Hey, Gwenna. Hey, Gwenna. Are you working on anything today, Gwenna? Chicken salad sandwiches for lunch, making random shorts out of footage. It feels like a waste of time. Maybe it is, but it's okay. It feels productive. I think the shorts work well. That kind of hits a different audience, but you never know if someone might want to come in and watch the longer one, right? This is your like your vlog stuff. Hi, Morgan. Hi, Eva. Like clearing out a junk drawer, I'm going through each thing in my digital storage, either keeping it, deleting it, or using it for content. So it's somewhere in the middle and kept and gone. You know, I think I've kept like all of my footage from all of my videos that I've made, but I don't know why, because at this point where I'm at, I don't know that I'm ever going to use that footage for anything else ever again. So it's taking up space, and I might as well just get rid of it. I don't know. That's what I kind of think. But maybe it might be like one of those time capsule things that my great-great-grandchildren will come across my old SSD, or no, mine's a solid state hard drive. Yeah, I have a solid state hard drive. Come across it, and they'll be like, oh, look at all this raw footage from our ancestor. That'd be kind of cool. But I don't know if that's actually going to happen. I'm going to pop into lurk mode and take the dog on a walk before the rain starts back up. Sounds like a great idea. Amanda, hello. How's it going? Haven't seen you in a while. Hope all is well with you. Mostly working on stuff for my job today, though I'm planning a few things for my daughter's Baby of the Year campaign. She's in 5th place in the quarterfinals. Well, that's so cool. There it is. Okay, I was like, I'm not really sure what this is, but curious. I'll go grab that link. Anybody here like Huston Hotel? I think I might have asked before in the past, but I can't remember if anybody likes it. Today, the 2nd season dropped. I don't know if it's dropped yet. I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to get a chance to see it today. I don't even know if I'm going to get a chance to see it before the end of the weekend or the end of Saturday, because I'm leaving out on Sunday for the conference. But it keeps coming back to me. I'm like, I wonder what it is. I wonder if it's there. I wonder if it's there. But I'm like, no, I'm writing today. But I keep thinking about how, like, I'm going to get down around 8 or so. I'm probably be just wiped out. And I still have to pack for my conference trip. I don't know if I'm going to have time to watch it. I could watch it on my own, but I want to watch it with my hubby because we both like Huston Hotel. But yesterday was Vizzy Pop's birthday. Vizzy Pop is the artist who created Huston Hotel. And there was a recap of season 1 that was put out on, I don't know if it's on her channel. I saw it on another YouTube channel. Because Vizzy Pop, she's created Huston Hotel, and she got funding from like friends and whatnot, people on YouTube, to create the first pilot episode for Huston Hotel. And it did very, very well on YouTube with over 1 million views. And then Amazon picked it up to run the series. And so then the full series came out for Huston Hotel. I think it was 2023 for the first season. And they're short little episodes. They're like 20 to 30 minutes long. And there was 8 episodes in the first season. I'm hoping the second season has more episodes. But it's definitely not for everybody. It's a little bit different. It is a musical, but it's about hell and sinners and saints and everything. And it's all cartoon, like anime. So it's different. Charlie's like the good guy. She's the daughter of Lucifer and Lilith. But she's like the most boring character to me. And whenever she would sing, and my husband felt the same way, whenever she would sing, we were both like, oh God, let's just get on with the story. This is funny because my trainer actually found out that he liked Huston Hotel, and he loves Charlie's, all of her parts. But we definitely all share a love for Alistair, who's like, he was a serial killer in real life, but he's just something else, as a demon, or I don't know what they're considered demons when they reach the level, because you have sinners, but some of them are demons. But as you take people's souls and you have contracts for their souls, you get more and more power. And that's what Alistair basically did. He has a bunch of power from people, and that he took their souls while he was in there. But anyways, I keep thinking of it. I don't know why I got into that. Oh, I was thinking about the rest of my day after this 12-hour day. So I don't know if I'll get a chance to watch it. I don't know if I'll be in the mind frame for it. But that's the link if anyone would like to vote. It's free to vote once per day. I have a daily alarm set to remember, and you could donate to charity for extra votes. Oh, that's so cool. Paula, hello. Hi, Shannon Chat. Made friends with the like button. Are you streaming today? I don't know if you're here or not, but feel free to drop any links. Additionally, saying hi. This is one of those times where I'm like, words, write yourself. Well, I've had days like that. Additionally, your comments are definitely helpful. Really enjoying sipping my coffee and looking through them. I have some challenges pushing this story forward. I'm probably just overthinking, doubting my abilities. So I think I'm going to get some coffee and then just push hard next sprint. And sometimes when I get into a position like that where I'm like doubting my abilities, I just skip ahead to a part of the story that I'm excited to write, and I write it. And it can mean like skipping over so many scenes. And I'm more of a linear writer. It feels so weird to like skip over stuff. But when I do get to those points where I'm just like, I'm doubting what I'm doing right now, like I don't think this part's coming out right, or I'm not sure where exactly I want to go, but I know something in the future, I just skip to it and start writing it. So, yeah, I've actually done that with my work in progress right now with my novel. Like I got to a scene that ends in a certain way where I feel like there should be more of a reaction to what was happening in the scene, but I didn't know what the right reaction would be. And so I just skipped it, and I just went to the next part that I thought would be interesting. So I know that that's something that when I start writing my work in progress again, I kind of know what I'm going to do now. I've been thinking about it, what kind of reaction I'm going to have there. So I know what I'm going to do now. That's awesome, JL. 342 words for Glenna. Not bad for stopping to do some research on permaculture guilds. Permaculture guilds. I never heard of that before. What are permaculture guilds? Yeah, but the rabbit hole of research, right? I could research forever. On a positive note, working on my novella has helped me with editing my not so short story. So, like editing it down on word count. Post-apoc runs tight. Author Morgan Lee, she wrote 210 words and worked on a jigsaw puzzle. So, I wonder if when you were working on the jigsaw puzzle, that let your mind subconsciously think about your story. I bet that really helped. Awesome on the word count. So having spent some hours writing tightly is helping me to go back and edit my dark fantasy romance. I've been thinking the same thing. Now, I haven't done it yet, but in working on these short stories and trying to make them tight and get them going faster, I've thought about how that might apply to my work in progress novel when I get back to it. So I've been thinking the same thing. Just haven't put it into action yet. Also, not bad for a migraine. Oh, I'm sorry to hear you have a migraine. But I've got my hood up and my sunglasses on in the library, so I think the mysterious vibes are inspiring me. You emailed me for that. I did. I'm so sorry. I'll do that. Okay, great. Yeah, because Tracy didn't. Oh, actually, it's showing. Oh, Tracy just sent. Oh, Tracy sent hers too. Yay. Okay, got it. Okay, so I'll be able to look at that and then let you guys know the date and time for our interview. Podcast is a lot of interview stuff, but for our reading of The Art of War for Writers. So those serious vibes. That's what I was thinking too. That's awesome. I can so picture that too. I had emergency surgery. Oh no, I'm so sorry. You're here. Hi. I hope all is well. Emergency surgery, and it was for you. I hope that your recovery is going well, and hopefully that it's fixed, whatever has happened from the emergency surgery. Not fun. I've been there a few times. Email soon. I did. I got your email too. So funny. It's like I said your name and I called you out of the ether. Hey, Jody. Didn't realize you were here. How's it going? Massive amounts of antibiotics pumped in an RX, but home. Take care of you for sure. It was dental. Ugh, I hate dental stuff. I'm glad you're home. Yeah, home and resting up. JC, hello. How's your day going? She asked me. It's going well. It's better today. So, hello, everyone. Hi, JC from Adeshle. Hey, Adeshle from JC. Not a bad idea to keep non-cloud-based data. I don't know if that was in response to something I said or something someone else said, but I lost the thread. I don't know what that's about. Probably probably when Eva was talking about going through all her files. Found the artwork for the under 1K subs marathon for 2025. I need to clean out my artwork files for sure. Artwork for the under 1K subs marathon for 2025. What did that look like? I don't know. I don't remember what that was. But it must have been earlier this year. It feels familiar with you talking about it, but I can't recall it. Votes are free once per day, but you can pay more for votes. Money goes toward the charity Baby to Baby, which provides essentials for babies in poverty. I did click on it. I have it. Vote. Oh, it's currently in 5th. Okay, can I vote? Did I vote? I don't know if I voted. I think I did. If you just hit vote, does that do it? When I hit vote, it scrolled down to, free to votes. Free vote. We use Facebook to verify eligibility and provide fair competition. We do not disclose verify with Facebook. Okay, I'm going to decide if I'm going to log into Facebook. Facebook is a very dangerous spot for me. Dangerous as in I've actually received death threats. So I don't really go onto Facebook very often. Hi, JC from Gwenna. And I just voted. She's adorable. Hope she wins. Yeah, she was adorable, wasn't she? I was looking at it, but then is that her? It looks like she has face paint on her. So cute. Today, all votes are doubled. So any money spent buys twice votes. Oh, okay. I did. That's kind of what I got. But it said, yeah, 2 votes. And I was like, oh, yay. And thank you, says Amanda. And Gwenna. Hello, JC from JL. That's great. You're focusing on tight writing, Adeshle. I think overall, from what I've read of your work, you do a good job at moving the action along at a good pace. So there you go. You got some good kudos there for how you move your stuff along. Maybe you don't have to make it as tight as you think you have to, maybe. Or maybe it'll be even better. Hey, JL, and thanks to JL. Oh, today is a 12-hour day. Nice. Just what I needed. Me too. Because I haven't really, I mean, I've gotten 58,000 words, but I haven't really concentrated on writing too many days this month. There's been a couple. It was earlier in the month. So, same JC. Re-skipping scenes. That sounds like good advice. I also write linearly too, which is a surprise given my ADHD. I thought that as well because I have low level ADHD. So I'm like, why, like, why am I not skipping around more? Like, why do I feel this need to write in order? But it's almost like a compulsion to write in order and not skip around. So it's really, really hard for me to think, okay, I'm just going to skip ahead. But there are those times that it has worked really well for me when I have not been able to figure out like what's the right way to do this scene or end the scene or create this next scene or whatever. And usually, because it just sits there in the back of my mind, we both have intellection. You probably have the same thing. You probably have like the same like subconscious stuff, like your subconscious is working on stuff, your story and the problems you're having and working through all of that while you're moving on to other projects. But then, of course, you are writing multiple projects. So there you go. There's your ADHD part coming in. So, hey, Morgan. Permaculture guilds are a type of gardening that focus on cohabitation between humans and natural ecosystems and building productive year-round harvests. Thank you for breaking it down because you know what I thought this actually meant, permaculture guilds. I was thinking like guilds, like in like D&D and fantasy where you have these guilds for whatever. Like in my world, I have the Metal Fae have guilds and they're built on different gemstones and stuff. And so that's where I was going. This is totally not that at all. It's honestly really cool and something I could nerd out about, but I tamed the curiosity and actually got about 100 words after the deep dive when the sprint timer was up. Well, good. That was so awesome. You were able to like bring yourself back and write about it because that can be a trap especially when you start researching something that you really, really like. Cohabitation between humans and natural ecosystems. This is really interesting. I've never heard of this before, but plants and I don't get along very well either. Non-based data, talking about keeping your SSD card storage with your videos. Oh, okay. Thank you. I had lost it. Sometimes. Do you guys know I was a blonde? I think like my latest picture, I was 12 years old and I was still blonde and like things. So it's not to say that I'm an airhead, but things do go over my head sometimes. It will ask you to validate through Facebook. Oh no. Yeah. Death threats. Yeah. I've gotten a few of them. That's an NG tube. I'm not sure what that means. Oh, I have to write in order. Skipping scenes goes horribly wrong for me. I don't know if they go horribly wrong for me, but there's like this inner part of me. It's like, no, you can't do it. You're not supposed to be doing this. I'm like, if I need to, I'm going to. But at the same time, I do think that is part of why in August, when I thought, oh, I'm going to finish my work in progress, my novel, I didn't finish it. I only touched it on the 1st of August, and then I wrote short stories the rest of the month because I was still in the mode of like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that scene. And I had already written another chapter past it that was later in the future, like of the story. And I was like, I know what's coming next after that. I could go ahead and write that. But I've just felt so stopped up by the fact that I didn't finish this other part over here that I went to short stories instead. So I have those skills in my books too. Okay, so it does work both ways. Re-skipping ahead. Yeah, that's how it feels. The only time I get past it is when I'm just drafting ideas. Yes, when it's just like idea stage, I could do almost anything. I can go back and forth all over the place. But when I sit down and I actually like focus on my writing, I get hyper focused on my writing, it's hard for me to like skip around. Like I don't take it serious. It's something off to the side or like a comment to myself in my Scrivener program. And then I get really, really good material from these ideas. On her face is a type of feeding tube. Oh, that's what it is, not face paint. Oh, okay. I gotcha. Well, I don't see very well, but it does look like face paint from here. So, but, yeah, especially like, I think what kind of clues, not clue, but, prompts. There's a name for this. It's not prompt, prime. Something that primes me to think of it is that you're in a very colorful space with like this oval shape of something. It kind of reminds me of like fairgrounds, kind of like. So fairgrounds, colorful. That's what made me think that's what that was. So, and that explained. Oh, got to the end. Did anyone answer this question? What was it? Would your protagonist rather have unquestioned loyalty from others or complete freedom from responsibility? What did I put in here? Does it have the question marks? It probably does. It just looks funny. Okay, there it is. Yeah. So I'll let you, if you guys want to answer it, we can come back to it after the next sprint. And have unquestioned loyalty from others or complete freedom from responsibility. I think mine would definitely be, we were at a pumpkin patch. Okay, so sort of like a fairground, sort of. I mean, if you're, we go to pumpkin patches here, or we did, because the kiddo's now older and he doesn't want to do it, but where they have, it's set up like almost like a fairground, and they have lots of stuff going on, from hay rides to, I'm trying to remember everything they would do. I think they usually have a bouncy house. Mine would like freedom for responsibility, and I think mine would be the other one. Yeah, so we'll come back to this answer here for the question. But okay, if you have to leave out before the next sprint is over, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, we're going to do another 60 minutes. And 3, 2, 1, good luck. And that's time on that sprint. How did you do? I got a bit distracted by kitties and kid in the beginning. But I did get back into it. I'd say 50 minutes. $444 words added in revisions. And I'm like right at the end of chapter 5. I've got a few small paragraphs left. They're like 1 to 2 sentence paragraphs. So I should be able to finish them up pretty quickly. See how you guys did. Did I mark where I left off? I did. Okay. This was an answer to the question. So the question was, would your protagonist rather have unquestioned loyalty from others or complete freedom from responsibility? And I just lost it again. And Gwen says, I think mine would like freedom from responsibility, but the villains would want unquestioned loyalty. And I think mine would be different from my two characters in my work in progress. I've got Loki in here now, so I'm seeing what he's doing because I don't trust his little devious mind. When I went out to go see what was going on with my kiddo and see about getting him some lunch, Loki had a Pop-Tart. Yes, a whole Pop-Tart. And I asked Julian, how did he get his Pop-Tart? He was like, I don't know. I didn't see him get it. Which we have the Pop-Tarts like in this like basket that slides into a like a tiny like, I don't know what you call that. It's like a little cupboard, but it sits on the floor. I've never known anybody to mess with it. Like the cats have never messed with it before. So all I can think of is he must have got in there because it is just like a cloth like basket thing that he got in there and got the Pop-Tart out. That's Loki for you. So when he wanted to come back with me again, I said, come on, but I'm just waiting. He's like acting crazy today, really crazy. Between chewing up my coaster and then getting into the Pop-Tarts. Now he's telling me he wants out of the office. He's sitting by the door. Anyways. Oh, I didn't say, but the villains would want unquestioned loyalty. So Nira would want the loyalty because she's never had that. That's what I would think. But Zane would definitely want the freedom from responsibility. I say that, but I think at one point, like he had freedom from responsibility, and then he decided he didn't like that, and now he's got lots of responsibility. And I think he would rather go back to something in between, actually, not totally free of responsibility. I don't know if you guys hear him. He's meowing. Loki, no. Stop yelling. Now he's coming over here. I think my protagonist would want freedom from responsibility. She's used to getting what she wants, so a big part of her arc is learning to do things on her own. You coming? Don't chew on my book. I got books down there, and he was chewing on my books like a week ago. Okay, you can chew on that. I've gotten a handful of shorts made up, deleting videos out of this storage one clip at a time, little by little. I don't see a timer, but I think the sprint ends around 27. Yeah, I did have the timer going, but I forgot to switch over the screen. I stayed on this one instead of switching over to this so you guys could see the timer. I forgot to hit the button because I went straight out to go check on the kiddo. So, hey, Eva from JC. The sprint timer is in the upper right under the blue dragon. Now it is, yeah. It is now, yeah. I caught it. It was like, I think, in the 40s. Gosh, some of the things I got on camera when my child was smaller. Duh. I know. And you forget about them being so little. I have to keep watching this cat because I don't know what he's going to chew on. I have a box down here, which is okay. He was just chewing on my lunch. Like what my lunch came in. It was a little package. He was chewing on it. He doesn't eat it. He just chews it. It's really weird. But I'm going to respond to the prompt questions as either of my main characters, Eli, Mara, Jess, and Dana. Probably Dana. Dana sounds right. Eli, what you take me for, a fool? Who wouldn't take unquestioned loyalty in this world? At any point, someone could leave us stranded amidst shamblers, steal from our supplies, or give up when we need them most. Maybe take our station. No, give me all the responsibility and the people I can trust to get the work done. And I'll try to take any day, pre or post-apocalypse. Dana, there's nothing free of being free from responsibility. It's in solving problems that we become the best of who we are. that we bond as friends and family, how we build a great team. Many of the world's problems could be solved easily with a little duct tape, prayer, and some accountability. That sounds like the military. But yeah, funny. In running that exercise, I realized Dana just directly would just go outside the options given. There you go. Well, that's the whole idea behind these questions, right? They're like interview questions for your character to dig into. At least that's what I'm trying to do, is dig into who your character is, instead of like the normal interview questions you get when you're trying to build character. This laptop doesn't have any video clips left on it. Yay. Is that a good thing? I'm thinking that's a good thing. So that's a yay, right? Well done, Eva. Like 900 words, that's Brit-ish. Wow, that's a lot of words. Awesome job, Gwenna. Hello, Victoria. How's it going? Did some stretching, journaling, and rescheduled a doctor's appointment. Sounds like a busy morning. Hey, I know I asked about this before, but I forget. When you verbal vomit, do you just count all the words at the end? I just did a verbal vomit. Yeah, I just count everything. So actually, because I use speechtexter.com, and the box has, where's it at? I look at it all the time, but I'm not looking at it at the moment. So at the bottom right of the box, it has the word count. So I just look at that word count, and then I copy and paste it over when I'm done into my document. Find the right tab. Here we go. So I have some of those random speech to text issues, extra words, etc. Yeah, I just count it all because I also like it doesn't catch all my words, so it misses words, and then yeah, I just count it all. It does have issues, like it never understands my in or and. I've been trying to enunciate. I need to use the right word here. Enunciate the word in and better, but for some reason it still switches them. So I'm editing the audio for chapter 49 at 50. Yeah, we're almost done. Weren't you like on 40 yesterday? That's awesome. Yeah, that's awesome, Gwenna from Adeshle. I wish I rocked words out like that regularly, right? I mean, I can when I'm doing dictation, but I'm not doing that right now. Although I did hit almost 700 words the last sprint, not this sprint, but the one before. I hit 649, but I was really revising like big sections. This one I was just more editing each line in as I went. Almost done to Dharma from Adeshle. Thanks. It's definitely not regular, LOL, and I'm putting off a lot of responsibilities to do it, but I think I just need the writing time. Sometimes you just need it. I mean, I put off everything in August to do a bunch of writing. Probably wasn't the best choice, but I felt really, really good coming out of that month, and I felt refreshed. For me, writing a lot is not draining, or revising and editing is draining for me. But drafting, brainstorming and drafting, I don't feel like drained by it at all. I got you, Gwenna. Well, if the mysterious vibes is giving you a writing boost, take it. Well, that's right. So you got all those words from being mysterious. I like that. Jody says, I'm tuckered out, so I'm going to go take a break. Thanks to Sprints. Well, thank you for being here, Jody. And I hope you feel better soon. Hopefully back later. I did answer your email. I did see it, Jody. I did. I told myself that I was going to answer it, and then I got distracted by cats and kids, and I came back, and I thought I need to get back into my writing. I think I'll finish this chapter on the next sprint, and then I'll go and look at what all of y'all said for the time for the Art of War for Writers, and then give you guys the date and time for that and what to expect next. Take care, Jody. I got sucked into finishing this puzzle. Well, maybe you were able to work out whatever it is you were thinking about in your story while you were doing the puzzle. That's what does it for me. Exact, Shannon. Drafting is definitely the refresh I need. Yes, I do. I get that. Even though I put off way too much stuff in August, I wouldn't suggest doing it for a whole month. But that's what I did, a whole month of not doing anything. I did the bare minimum of admin. I think I answered a couple of emails, but I did the bare minimum. So now I can go back to the online storage and get more video clips cleared off. Wow, you're making really good progress. Can you come and do mine too? I have too many. But alrighty, I got to the end. I will have another question. Actually, I picked one out from all the ones I wrote. Let's see which one it was. I don't remember which one I wanted to do now. I think this was interesting. Okay, so again, wait, this is about our characters, not about us, because I think that if we were doing this about us, we might all pretty much, or not all, but we would all have a pretty similar response, I think. But if this is about character, Okay, would your protagonist rather? So this is, would your protagonist rather stand alone against the crowd or stand with the crowd against someone they secretly agree with? And I think this could say a lot about your character, whichever choice they make. Oh, it jumped on me. I went to go click on something. I wouldn't say really good. I'd just say progress, lol. I think it's really good progress. You cleared off a whole laptop. I mean, unless you didn't have much on the laptop, but it feels like to me you had a lot on there based off of like the work you put into it and what you were talking about. I've gotten to a different scene, so I think I'm going to grab lunch and relocate. Give my brain time to adjust to the new conflict. Sounds cool. Ooh, I'll be back when I've acquired food. Toodaloo. Bye, Gwenna. Thanks for coming. And if we see you later, that'd be awesome. But hopefully you have a good lunch. Did I hit the... Okay, there you go. I was like, did I hit the right button? I did not. Now I'm going to hit the right button and bring this timer up so we have it this time. I think I have another timer after this. Yeah, go. All right, for anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, another hour on the clock. Starting in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. Okay, that is time. How did you do? I had to figure out my time, but 366 words. We're at it. So I made it to chapter 6. I have 8 chapters at the moment. If I don't split any more chapters out, then I'll have 8 chapters on chapter 6. This is kind of where I left off before. I think this was like the previous chapter 3 or 4 before I started splitting chapters up. But this is where I made it before, and I have once revised this, but I revised it again, and now I'm going through and editing for more conciseness in certain places to try to reduce word count. I'm down to 11,436 words, which is great because I was over 13,000 when I started today. And yeah, so I'm pretty happy with the way the story's turning out. This is the chapter before I get to the riddle chapter, and I know that's a chapter that it's going to be very difficult for me because I wrote that chapter. I wrote all this when I was sick, but that chapter was probably the worst chapter as far as making any sense whatsoever because it's all riddles. They're doing riddles back and forth and trying to solve them. So it's going to be interesting working on that chapter. But that's what I'm sure I'll get into it probably about halfway through the next sprint, I'm thinking, because I'm still kind of in the beginning of this chapter in editing. But I did just revise it, so hopefully it'll go by quick. So we'll see how you guys did. Left off with Gwenna saying that she's leaving out to get food. Oh, yeah, and I did send the email. I see 45 minutes is what I spent on that sprint writing or revising. So I did start the beginning of that. Well, the beginning of the sprint, I finished off the previous chapter. I only had a couple of small paragraphs left. And then I did the email to Adeshle and Gwenna and Jody/Tracy for the podcast episode. We're reading The Art of War for Writers. And so we're going to be discussing that. And so that's going to be in December. Yeah, December 9th, I think. And the episode comes out December 15th. And then Kat came in. Hello, Kat. Hi. I'm so happy to see that you're still streaming. Well, it's a 12-hour day for me, so be here for a little while. It's almost 3 o'clock, so I got 5 more hours left. Yeah. Although my computer is having a tough time with the live. Oh, no. Mine was having issues there for a minute, for like 2 weeks, where I would be on someone's live, and it would be the screen that's facing me, and it would start slowing down. And so I'm like putting stuff in the chat that I think is like we're going on a break, and I put stuff in the chat, and then I realized, they're not, I'm like seeing people say stuff that has nothing to do with what she's saying or what he's saying. And I realized then I was behind, even though I had it there in front of me, it was still behind. I got like cat hair or something tickling my nose. I still feel it. JL says, took a break to clean, cook another casserole for my mom, pasta with chicken, sauce, mozzarella cheese, and topping Parmesan cheese. That sounds yummy. Very, very yummy. Yeah, that's what I want to have. Hoping to finally get some writing in as soon as my husband leaves to drop off the food. Nice. At least you've got someone to take the food over there so you can relax and get into writing. Hello to anyone who came in while I was gone, says JL. Rachel's back. Just got back. I swear, at some point today, I might stop being interrupted and we'll get some things done. Some days just end up being that way, right? Where they just keep being interrupted. Victoria is answering the question, which is, would your protagonist rather stand alone against the crowd or stand with the crowd against someone they secretly agree with? And both of mine would stand against the crowd. If I'm thinking about not the short story, but my work in progress with Nira and Zane, because they both kind of already do that with everything, with all the choices they make in their life. So Victoria says her answer is, I think my protagonist, Dawn, would tend to stand with the person she agrees with, but she has trouble standing up for herself. So she might go with the crowd because of just the trouble standing up for herself. So that is definitely one type of personality a character could have, right? Another might be one that is more like a people-pleasing type of character. They might stand with the crowd more than anything else. But it does get interesting thinking about what type of characters would do this and like what their personality would be. When she's defending helping someone else, it's a lot easier for her to speak her mind, but she tries to minimize her own issues. So maybe she would stand against the crowd then if it was for someone else, right? Back, food acquired. What'd you eat? Making me feel guilty. I guess I should go do something productive. No. Hi, Adega. How are you doing? I hope all is well with you. As it can be. And then hi, Adega from Adeshle. But what do you feel like you should be being productive on right now? Are you writing anything new? Adeshle says we'll be writing his responses to the prompt question. Gwen says lunch has been eaten. Looked over this week's homework as I did so, and am definitely going to procrastinate all that until Saturday. LOL. Hey, did you get your story submitted to that was to the college, right? SNHU for your for the contest, right? Did you get it done? Like, is it submitted already, or are you still working on it? Just curious. And like, when you do get it submitted, like, when are you supposed to find out about it? Like, do they have a time frame for it? I finished editing chapter 49, made some lunch, and about the start editing the final chapter, and then lots of pickups, retakes to do. Oh, okay. So did you like mark like all the retakes that you have to do, and then you just like set aside so you can just get through the chapters, and then you go back and do it? Just curious. Like, I'm always fascinated by people's process and how they do things. Jess, you think I'm going to stand against my own good sense because of a crowd? Yeah, no. Not going to happen today. Not going to happen tomorrow. And definitely not going to happen when I see someone else standing alone against the crowd. It'd be more fun to stand with them, especially if they're right. I like that. JC was in between that. I've gotten my coffee and I'm working on trying to fix something in my outline that wasn't right. I think I have it almost fixed. And then I can get back to working on drafting in something else. So the outline is not for what you're going to be drafting for. It's a different project. So you've got multiple projects going. That's what it sounds like, yeah. Ate lunch. Also did eat lunch too. Ate lunch and worked on stuff for the club I run on campus. Nice. Sounds like you were productive. Hey, Shan, can you drop the link to your website again real quick? My website? Yeah. Is it specifically my website that you're wanting, or is it like the Romantasy Adventures? I don't think you've ever asked me for my website before, but I don't mind dropping it. It's just my author name. But you can get to Romantasy Adventures from there too. It's in the menu bar at the top if that's what you were wanting. Still working on the puzzle, about to take a break, and then maybe try to work on writing again. Ooh, see if the subconscious came through, figured out what you want to write. I can't wait to start reading the chapters again, Morgan. I almost feel like I need to read your first 2 books again, though, before we start working together in December, so that I can like refresh my memory of where everything's at, just in case, to help look for any possible plot holes or whatever, or something you might have dropped from a previous book. I want to be as helpful as I can be, so not that saying that you would do that. I just want to be helpful in case if that does come up. Mara, I don't think it's good to lie to oneself. The situation is going to haunt you when you walk away from the crowd. I've got enough ghosts haunting me now for things I could have and should have done. Sounds like your characters are all like on the same page for what they would do for this question, but for different reasons. That's pretty cool. Eli, neither. Better keep your mouth shut. This is what I would probably do, to be honest. An individual is smart, especially if like going against the crowd could end in violence. I would just be quiet. I wouldn't say anything personally. But Nira wouldn't mind if it got violent. She's pretty good at violence, so she probably would do it anyways. Better keep your mouth shut. An individual is smart. They can be reasoned with on occasion, but groups, they have power, sticks and stones, right? And that's a surefire way to have your bones broken. I feel like this is like a whole scene you need to write because this is like really good. And without anyone getting in trouble about it, whether you're right or wrong. Kat says, I got 394 words written. The full prologue, chapter 1 of this YA fantasy story will be a completely different vibe from the prologue. The full prologue. Chapter 1 of this will be completely different. So you finish writing, you got 394 words written, the full prologue, and the chapter 1 of this YA fantasy, they're going to be a completely different vibe. Taking a step back from my natural disaster story. Are you saying that the prologue and the chapter 1 are different vibes from each other, or they're different vibe? Yeah, that's what you're saying, right? Will be completely different vibe from the prologue. That's interesting. I'm sure it's going to be a different vibe from your disaster story too, though. That's 1 of 2. Hopefully get a better view on that story. to let it like kind of percolate, probably. I did. Yay! Spit it. So do you know when you might find out? You might have already answered, and I'm just asking the question again. 2 of 2. Wish me luck. Yes, lots and lots of luck. I hope you win. I really do. I hope you win. That's awesome. Dharma, yay for the final chapter. And I think this is saying hi to JC. I won't find out if I made top 5 until mid-late November. Okay. Then the voting period is a couple weeks, and then the winner is announced in December. Well, at least you've got like you'll kind of find out if you're making it any further. And even if you just get in the top 5, I mean, I know it's going to be great if you can win, because didn't you say that winning you would get like scholarship, right? It's a scholarship money, or like pay for finances for the college. I think that's what you said. I might be making that up. I might have just like decided what it was, and I was making something up if I didn't know. But because in that case, if you make top 5, it's still kind of nerve-wracking to see if you actually get any of the scholarship money, if that's what it is. But still, to know that you got in top 5 could be really rewarding just on its own, to know that people really like it. Heading out with the dog, BRB. Alrighty, cat. It's both the pen name project and the outline for the second series, and I'm drafting book 1 in the first series, so same pen name project, but different books. LOL. That's okay. We all like to work on multiple things, don't we? I used to, because I like to write linearly, and I used to kind of think the same thing. Like I wanted to write, like if I'm writing this series, I'm writing this series. I'm not writing anything else. But I learned that didn't work so well when I would get stuck, and then I just wouldn't be writing at all. And I think moving on to other projects, working creatively in another writing project, it kind of frees up the brain to kind of think about what it is that you were working on before. At least I feel that's what it does for me. And helps me figure out what I want to do. So I love it. I need to read them both again too. I'm almost done rereading book 1. I think while I don't know how much time I'll actually have during the conference. To me right now, I'm thinking, yeah, other than Monday night, I know I'm meeting up with Dale in a group from his mostly his supporters. Well, there's going to be a few other people there that are not they're in his community, but because I think Nate is going to be there. Nate from Later Press, he's going to be there as well, and some other people. I don't remember. I can't remember. I saw the names, but I don't remember who. Anyways, meeting up with people Monday night of the conference. But than that, I feel like I'm just going to be in my room the rest of the week, and so then I'll have time to catch up on reading. So I'll try to read them then, if that happens. I'm saying that, but I'm hoping I'm going to be able to push myself into like get to know people and be going out with people at night, because I don't know where to go to eat. And if I don't have anyone to go with, I'm not going. So, especially since, I don't like, it's not just not doing things by myself, but also just the safety, right? The safety of being in numbers in a city that I'm not real familiar with. And it's Las Vegas. So dinner is started, but I also got popcorn. Popcorn's good. I went to look up the Romantasy Adventures, and I felt like you said we could get through it to your website. Yes, you can. And I have it bookmarked, but I have a lot of bookmark sites, LOL. And also thank you. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be doing a live stream on Saturday to kick off the start of the Romantasy Adventures. And it's going to start with that promotional giveaway. And it'll run through November 1st through the 30th, where you can buy. So it's like a raffle, almost like. I say it is a raffle, but technically I can't do a raffle in Florida. It's against state laws here to do it. So you can buy $1 entry ticket, but to make it where it's not a raffle, you can only do one or the other. So buy a $1 ticket or do the scavenger hunt, and you can only do one or the other, and only one time to get one entry in to possibly win a free experience with the Fated Adventures. And I was just figuring out how much it would cost if someone wanted to buy more than one character, because I had one of my people who bought it through the Kickstarter. She emailed me and had said that she wanted to buy the other 3 characters, and if I would offer a discount if she got all 3 at one time. So I was like figuring that out, because I'd actually I would save some costs on the printing and stuff, because there's quite a few things that are the same for every character. Then there are things that are very specific to those characters, but I would save on the things that were the same. So I was figuring out those costs. I haven't got them all done yet. I think that's going to be a Thursday or Friday thing, and that's why I'm not quite ready to go until Saturday. But I think I'll be doing a live stream that day. So even if you don't see the live stream or make it, if you see the live stream pop up at some point in your feed, then Romantasy Adventures is live. So, and thanks. Yes. I'm not sure what I said, but I'll take it. Gwen is a winner. Yes, she is. LOL. It's like 3K in scholarship money's nice. Nice. 3K scholarship for first place. Okay, so I didn't make it up. I was like, did I make that up or did I read it? Because I make up stuff all the time. You give me some little bit piece of information and my mind goes off and I'm going to start making up stuff about it. Yeah. 3K scholarship for first place. I hope you get it. Does that mean, when you say it's for first place, does that mean you could possibly win something else if you get like second and third place? Or is it just first place is the only thing that gets any money? And yes, good luck. I may also be making that up. Well, you did, and you remembered it really well. Oh, good, yeah. And what's for dinner, Eva? There you go. You already answered my question. 2,000 for second, 1,000 for third. I get published in fourth and fifth place. So you get something for any up to the fifth place, but I do hope you get the money because I know the money is like the hardest part for going to school. I actually just paid off my last student loan like 2 days ago. I had $40,000 in student loans. Yes, it was not very pretty, but just paid it off. So that was the last one. Yay. Bacon and eggs, which I won't eat probably, and some fried potatoes. I will eat. I like fried potatoes and bacon and eggs. Yum. Especially the fried potatoes, right? Eva, thank you. I'm trying to live up to the username. Haha. Gwynna the winner. So top 5 is winning. That's what I was trying to say. You put it better, more succinctly than I did. Excited to hear about the victory. Yes, I think it's a really good story. All sounds awesome. Gosh, my little PB&J sandwich is not competing with that. Sometimes a good PB&J is good, and especially if you got like memories attached to it from like childhood, like nice childhood memories with a PB&J. Hello, Katie. How's it going? It's been a minute since I've seen you. I hope all is well. Are you working on anything? And hi, Katie from JC. We're out of bread, so no toast. It's okay. I mean, I just saw this short where this person was trying to make a sandwich as healthy as possible and didn't want to use bread, and they use they cut a green bell pepper and they use that as like the bread. That would be really interesting. And she put like salami and ham and turkey and a couple different cheeses. It looked really yummy. Eva, getting published would be nice, but to be honest, money is nicer. Yes. Your last, yeah. I know. I was so excited when I was paying it off. I was like, yay, it's done. Finally. This guy is making dinner. I just peeled and sliced potatoes, but this sprint I'll eat and find more videos to make into content. You're all over that. Congratulations. Thank you. Huzzah. Woo. Oh, congrats, Shannon. Paying off is huge. Yes. Paying that off is a huge thing. Yeah. I mean, it definitely helped during, the COVID time when they put the pause on the student loans, because my student loans just were not being, I was paying, thousands of dollars on it and really paying off like a couple hundred every year because almost all of it was the interest. And so when they put the pause on student loans and all the interest got paused, then I was able to keep making payments and the payments went for the balance, not for the interest, because there's no more interest being put on it. And that actually helped me put a dent on it, a huge dent. So I've been doing well. How is everyone's day going? It's good. This is I'm doing a 12-hour sprint in support of All the Words October. The main idea is just, to get a writing routine and keep it in place as much as you can. Some type of writing routine, whatever that would look like, because that can be different for every person. And I was trying to go for 80,000 words. That's one of the plans, but I will not make it. It looks like I'll be hitting about 6,500 from today, 65,000 for today, because I'm at 58,000. So it looks like I can get close to 65,000 probably by the end of today. I'm okay with that though. I'm getting words. That's the main thing. Whether or not I hit my goal, I'm getting words. So I'm happy with that. I had barbecue chips, frozen waffles, and a package of fruit snacks for lunch. I mean, that is just like all over the place, but I love it. I'm assuming the frozen waffles were cooked. Unless you like them frozen. I need to go to the grocery store. I mean, you may do with what you got. So it sounds like what my son would eat. Yes, my son would eat that too. Because he doesn't like a lot of foods, but he likes chips and he likes waffles and he likes the fruit snacks. So, got to the last comment. Alrighty. I think I will find another question for the, character interview questions. Maybe I'll do something different. I don't know. I've got a few here. I don't really like most of them, but I'll put a different question up on the screen, and we're going to go into another sprint. I think that was my last 1 hour sprint. No? Do I have another one? Oh, I do have another one. Okay. Toaster waffles, LOL. I like toaster waffles. And hide that. Okay, so anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, today's Wednesday. Kat will be starting her stream at 3:30 my time, which is like another half hour. So if you're looking for other sprints, there will be other ones going on. But for anyone else who's still going to be here, another 60 minutes on the clock. In 3, 2, 1, good luck. And that is time. How did you do? I did a whole lot because I really needed to go back to like the drawing board for this next chapter. That was chapter 7. But so mostly brainstorming, dictation. It has 1,625 words. 38, 2. Trying to figure out my time to write in here. I think I'm almost there, but not quite. I'm going to be pretty much rewriting this entire chapter over. I don't know how much I'll actually keep of the chapter 7 I actually have here. I don't think I'll be keeping much of it. So, yeah, okay. That's where I'm at. See how you guys did. Left off around here talking about what we're eating. When Victoria said, have barbecue chips, frozen waffles, and a package of fruit snacks for lunch. And Eva said, sounds like what my son would eat for any meal. Yeah, toaster waffles. Are those the toaster waffles? Like you put the like cream cheese on the top? I love those, if that's what it is. 1,900 total words today, finishing the first chapter of my second draft for Arthurian Book 2. You did a lot. Wow. I haven't finished a chapter in months. That felt good. Well, I'm so glad. I'm glad you were able to get that done. Yeah. I know it always feels good when you, it feels good for me to make progress on my writing. I feel like if this chapter I just did a whole bunch of brainstorming for, if it turns out the way I want it to, I'm going to feel good too. I know this is the chapter. This is the chapter that makes no sense whatsoever because I wrote it when I was sick. And it definitely does not carry through the emotional resonance of the rest of the story. That's so lacking in it. And I really need it because it's a romance. So I'll keep y'all in the background. I appreciate that, Gwenna. Thank you. Going to answer the prompt question now. Oh, yeah, the prompt question and get a chance to say it. Would your story rather explore whether loyalty must be earned or given unconditionally? I think that's interesting. Okay. The story. The exploration has been decided by the people within my pages. Humans stuck in a world of diminishing resources, mutated creatures, and hostile humans. Happenstance has... my cat's doing something. Happenstance has 1/4. Oh, 1 of 4. Happenstance has brought them together, but survival and collaborative effort joins them in hard-won loyalty. Thus, it's an exploration of loyalty. But is it just that? Maybe it's also an exploration of deep yearning to stay human in an inhuman world. The flickering of hope that good might be met with good, and that their actions, as small as they are, can... Stop, Loki. Stop. Loki. No. My husband's home, so he wants out of the office. And I was too busy, like, in my brainstorming to get up and let him out. I'll let him out here in a second. But he's going to start yelling at the door. Psst. No. Loki. This cat's going to drive me nuts. Sorry. Long arc of good that raises people above monsterdom. That conclusion... Loki, stop. See, I can't concentrate with him yelling. I just threw a toy at him. It didn't hit him. It hit the ground next to him. But he was like, okay, I'm stopping. Come here. Cat. Keep him right here for right now until I can put him out. Okay. Monsterdom. That conclusion is for you, the reader, to decide. The proverbial reader. Has quite a bit. LOL. Your story has quite a bit to say, huh? I don't know what mine would say. Where loyalty has to be earned or given unconditionally. I think it would have to be loyalty has to be earned. I mean, at least for Nira and Zane's story. Yeah. I'm putting the clips together for a writing video this time. See if I'm close to having one or if I should record a tag. I'm getting hair all over my nose again. 2250 words. That's awesome, Katie. Haven't written in forever, so it's nice getting some words down. It's awesome. I'm glad that people are getting lots of words today. I got a lot of words on that one, but that's just because I was brainstorming. He's like kneading my arm. Little claws going in. They're the chocolate protein ones. I usually put peanut butter, but we ran out. Oh, I don't really like peanut butter. I like it in some cases. I like PB&J, but I don't really like it on a lot of other stuff. Pain in the butt cat. This cat has been a pain in the butt. He has taken my coaster, my dragon coaster. What else did you have? Stole a Pop-Tart out of the cupboard earlier. But yeah, I love him. I got distracted by Sarah's live, but I did write the starting line of chapter 1 of this YA fantasy. Nice. That feels good, huh? I always like starting new projects. And nice to Katie from Adeshley. I put some yogurt. Why does it do that? It's like mix out blue. Mixed with protein powder. Okay, so that's what you end up putting on top. No, I'm not letting you go because you're going to go back to the door and start yelling. So you're going to stay right here until I'm done. And then I'll let you out. I did a verbal vomit. Did you get a lot of words? Finish the chapter from my earth science reading. Nice. Joanne came in. Hello, everyone. How are you all? And what are you working on? I'm working on the 3rd story of my short story series. Pain in the butt kitty. And the cat's so cute. Yes, but he's a pain in the butt right now. I swear he's like a little kid, right? Like small child all day today. And hey, Joanne from Adeshley. Hope you can't have that. Loki reminds me of my Ollie. I throw things at him too, only mostly, soft things. I only aim to scare. Same. I never hit him. And just throw his toys. And he's like, okay, mom means business. Because usually if I throw something, if he continues, okay, then it's up I get. And of course, he'd get what he wants. He'd get out the door, which is what he really, really wants right now because he hears my husband out there. Hi, have you been? Adeshley from Joanne. Kitty. Kitty. Yes, bad kitty. I love him, but this kitty has been on just getting on me all day today, like what he's doing. Like I said, he took my coaster off my desk earlier and was playing around with it. I was like, what are you playing with? I didn't even see him take my coaster. He was like so sneaky. Took it off my desk. And it's a dragon coaster. It matches, I don't think I have it over here, but it matches my mouse pad. It goes with this, which is all dragon. No. Oh, he's going back for the door. I'm going to stay right here, right now, until I can get you out the door. He took it off my desk, and then he got into the cupboard and got a Pop-Tart out and was eating it. And, yeah, pain in the butt cat. I'm good, Joanne. How's the story coming along? Yeah, how far have you made it? Last update I got from you, you said 20, chapter 20. I think it was yesterday. We're in chapter 20 of editing of in your story. Also, I note the professional photo. Yes, it's a very nice photo that she has there. Kitty wants what he wants. Yes, he does. Story has a lot to say, yeah, since I've been trying to answer questions as characters. That was a hard one, LOL, and an exploration of theme. Yes. I'm loving these, coming up with these like in-depth like questions about your story or character to go just a bit deeper into what it's all about. I think I'm going to scroll YouTube videos the next sprint and see what author tubers are posting. That's a good idea. That's like doing research, right? Additionally, it's coming along okay. Bad news is I definitely won't be finished by the 31st. I'll have to hold off on developmental editing until I can afford it. Sometimes you have to do what you have to do. If you don't feel it's ready, then right, you might as well work on it and not spend the money on it if you're not ready for it yet. So I have to think about it and all of their behaviors and events. Loki, hello there. And he's like, Mom, just let me go. I want out. Oh, he's adorable. Yeah, he is. I love my kitties. He's like, just let me go. Yeah, so I have 10 more chapters after, 30 chapters. I couldn't remember, but I thought it was around 30. But I need another month of developmental editing, and bills, unfortunately, have to come first. Yeah, sometimes life be lifing. Yeah, totally research. Yes. Oh, there's the last comment. Okay, I'll put up another question here, but I'm going to let Loki out. I'm going to go say hello to my husband, too, because he's been home for a minute, and I haven't been out there yet. And I have a couple more notes I need to make on this chapter that I really want to make sure I get in there. And then I'll start rewriting the chapter. So that's what I'll be doing on the next sprint. Let me get the timer pulled up. Almost done. Yeah, We're almost done. We're almost done. I know, he's like, nope, 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 I just want to go. He is like trying to back out of my arms. Oh yeah, Loki, stop. Give me just like 2 more minutes at most and I'll be ready. I just need to restart this timer. No. No. Almost. We're almost there. I can't see. All right. If you have to leave out before the hour is done, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, I'll see you guys on the other side of 60 minutes in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. this time, how did you do? At 724 words in rewriting chapter 7 of the short story. So let's see how you guys did. Oh, I did put up another question, although it took me a minute because I did go out. I took the kitty out and went out to go talk to hubby and whatnot for a little bit. So would your protagonist rather fight to change the world or fight to protect one small piece of it? And for my story, it would definitely be two different answers. So Nira would fight to change just a small piece of it. Although I suppose with her mission is to change the world, but that's not what she chooses for herself. While Zane would be to fight to change the world. So that's what mine would be. Let's see where I left off. Yeah, totally researched. We're talking about Eva said she was going to go and start looking into some videos to see what she wanted to make her videos about next. There's like 700 words, but I'm quite sure a few of those will be cut. What is this from? Forgot what it was from. Was it from the, I don't know. Wait, this is Dishley, right? Yeah, Dishley said that. I lost the thread on this one. Not sure what that 700 words is in response to. And now I'm losing where I was at. Where am I? There I am. Okay. So, but I got them. Maybe it was like 700 words is what he got in this sprint. And not sure, but I'm sure quite a few of those will be cut. That's what I'm wondering. Like the scene that I'm writing is the riddle scene. So it's the last trial between the main character Runa, who's called the Shadow Thief, and the air trickster. And they're doing riddles back and forth. And a lot of the riddles I wrote when I was sick don't make a whole lot of sense. And so now I've written some new ones, and I'm like, I don't know if I'll keep this one. And I was just telling myself, okay, just put it in there. It could be a placeholder. You can take it out, replace it with one of the other ones you came up with if it doesn't fit somewhere else. Because the riddles are doing double duties, not only just having riddles to get through the trial, and it's the last trial, but it's more along the lines of like laying bare like everything that they've learned about each other up to that point. And basically in a way of them saying, I see you. It's kind of what they're doing with the riddles. So that's kind of hard to try and create that. And then, or at least it's only in Runa's perspective. So Runa is thinking about, okay, the answer to that riddle is this. And she's remembering what he just learned about her in the previous scene. So, but some of it's, I'm thinking the same thing. I'm like, looking at this and say, some of this might be cut. I'm just putting it in right now. To a dish day from Joanne, but I'm still hoping to be done with revisions at least by the end of the year or whenever that will be due to being busy with work. Yeah, sometimes work takes over, but hopefully, I don't know if it would work for, against, or not at all for you, but some of the science behind like deadlines and stuff, right? If we give ourselves a deadline and it's too far out, we will take the whole time to get done what we want to get done. Of course, there's opposite. If you give yourself not enough time to get the deadline, then you're just giving yourself stress to get the deadline done. So the idea, I guess, behind it is like to give yourself a deadline that would be reasonable. And I know that's hard to really set a reasonable deadline when you have work and you don't know what it's going to do. So I totally get that part too. I don't know if any of that helped anything, but there you go. And congrats. Oh, Loki's a baby. Yeah. They're actually 10/29. Yeah. Actually, his birthday. I'm trying to figure out where. I think we're deciding to put the boy's birthday on November 1st. The two cats, Loki and Thor. The pound where I got them said that they were born the last week in October, and the vet put their birthday November 3rd. So I think we're gonna go with November 1st being their birthday. So if November 1st is their birthday, they will be 5 years old. And I've had them since they were like, I think they were 8.5 weeks, 9 weeks old, somewhere in there. Yeah. Just got back, says Dharma. I'm halfway through editing the final chapter. Also got a call from the auto repair shop. Rodent damage to wiring. Oh no. Fortunately, the repair costs less than I feared. Okay, well, that's some good news. Not that you have to pay at all, but better than what it could have been, I suppose. Yeah. I remember when my youngest brother deployed, he left his car with my parents, and my parents lived out in the country, and they didn't do anything with it. And when he got back, there were mice living in his car. They had chewed through like his upholstery and everything. They had gotten all into it. Luckily, the car still started, but it was like all the fabric and stuff was like destroyed. Like even to the point of like the, what do you call it, the visor. Like they'd even gotten there and ate through like the visor and like had a nest right there. That was another nest in there. Yeah, he wasn't happy about that. Revisions, cool, to Joanne, and thanks. I'm glad your editing is almost done. You're crushing it, right? One chapter left, and then she says she still has some retakes that she has to do. There's a few of those noise farts in this final chapter. A noise fart is a little squeaker noise your nose makes when you're speaking. We'll have to re-record those lines. I have never heard of that before. I'm going to write that down because I will forget it. Even though it's a weird name and kind of funny. Nose farts. Squeak and noise. Oh, wait, nose fart. Did I say nose fart or noise fart? I have no idea what I even said. I wrote down nose fart. Squeak. And nose. And thanks, Adeshle. And then, yeah, Kat did start streaming, so I did drop her link. And looks like she's got she's in a sprint right now. That sprint shut my eyes for 30 minutes to rest them, then got the dishes done, started a new load of laundry, and I'm folding said laundry while watching Interview with the Vampire. It's a productive day off, I say. I think so. You got a lot of words written. You're getting some house stuff done, and you're getting a little bit of you time with watching this show. If you like Interview with the Vampire. Which one are you watching? Are you watching like the movie? Or are you watching like the new television series? I say new, but it's been out for a couple years now. But I think they're on season 2 or maybe 3. I got part of season 2 watched, and then I don't have access to where it's at. Wherever it's at now, I don't have access to it anymore. It's a productive day off. Yeah, I did say that one already. Worked on my application for the Walter Grant. Hopefully that went well. Did you finish it, or are you still working on it? I'm fighting the sleepies, but got some videos watched and also looked through clips I have for my next writing video. I don't have much. You did some research, though. Joined the last 10 minutes of the sprint, but got about 200 words. Oh, that's awesome. And hello. I hope that it goes well. We have a few more sprints. I would say 6:18, 7:18. I would say we have 2 more sprints. Maybe a small one to take us close to 8 o'clock, depending on how much time I spend talking between the sprints. I would say at least 2 more sprints left. Hi, good to see you, Gwenna, from Joanne. How have you been? Kat says 300-ish words, but I'm in a lot of pain today, so I'm a bit distracted from my... Yes. I did start off that way with some pain. I think I just overworked because I was medically discharged from the military for my back, and I think I overworked the shoulder this morning at the gym. So I was in a little bit of pain this morning, so I had to take some extra medicine. I understand that. When I first sat down, I was like, how am I going to do this? But then it kicked in. Might have to take a movie or reading break. You take what you need. Take care of you. To Victoria, ooh, what's that? Is it a writing grant? Hope you get some relief, Kat. Yeah, thanks, Eva. Yes, it's for unpublished writers from diverse backgrounds, and it's through We Need Diverse Books. Oh, Victoria, well, if you've got a link to it, please feel free to drop it, because I'm sure other people might be possibly interested in it and looking into it, or they could probably Google We Need Diverse Books as well. I finished my writing session for the day and switched over to working on some graphic stuff while prepping for my stream. So if you finish your writing, what are you going to do during your stream tonight? Which JC is the next one up for a stream in about 45 minutes. So that'll be during the next sprint she will be starting. Answer, I think my antagonist-ish character would fight to protect a small piece of the world. Not sure about my main character. Interesting. So it feels like your antagonist is like, has more, what would you call that, honor? Than maybe what you might think of an antagonist. Unless it's like bad stuff way in fighting to protect. I mean, I feel like when you fight to protect something, you're not destroying anything. But it could be. It is a bad guy. But maybe not. Maybe antagonist in this case is just the character who's standing in opposition to the main character, not necessarily a bad guy. That's so cool. I need to look for some published writing grants. Happy birthday to your Scorpio kitties. Oh, yeah, they are Scorpios, aren't they? Thank you. Yeah. It did. Thank you. Yeah, I think I just need to set a deadline that's reasonable for me, right? Which can be hard to do if you've got a job that you're like, I don't know if this is going to be super busy or not. Oh no, not the car. Yeah. I mean, it was years and years ago now. I mean, gosh, that was early 2000s. So yeah, he doesn't have that car anymore. He's got a different car. Answer, maybe my MC is just tired and doesn't want to fight at all. She'll just go to bed. Yeah. Sounds like your antagonist is more proactive than your MC at this point. But I mean, if the MC's been doing a lot throughout the story, understandable. Netflix just got access to the new TV series. Okay, maybe that's why I lost it on the other whatever else I was watching. I don't remember what I was watching it on, but I lost access. Maybe I lost access because it was going in between the two of them, and I have Netflix, so okay, I'm gonna have to watch it. I pirated the first season, so I'm hopping into season 2 now. That's okay. We won't tell anybody. I still need to get a synopsis personal statement done, but my sample pages are basically ready. How are you going to do your synopsis and personal statement? You know, that's like a totally different writing skill set than writing a story. So I don't know if you're doing that yourself. Well, personal statement kind of has to come from yourself, but I guess when I think of like even a synopsis, but I mean, you could hire out synopsis, I suppose. I hire out my book blurbs for my main book series. Book description, book blurb, whatever you want to call that. Oh, hi, Joanne. Bad headache for the past 2 weeks. Just climbed into a migraine today. I'm called out of work, but even though I'm in pain, I can't quite seem to shake the need to get stuff done. I mean, I think that goes along with being a new mom. I mean, you're not new. I mean, you're new-ish, but like the first like few years of being a mom, it's like, okay, everything's got to be done. Everything's got to be clean. So there's so much to do too. So maybe that's what it is, because like kids, they go through their clothes really, really fast. Babies and toddlers. And especially like, well, I know with my youngest, right? Because he grew so fast. We were getting new clothes for him every 3 months. And he's huge now. We know he's just over 6 foot. Because he's just under the height of my husband. My husband's 6'4", and he's 12. So yeah. Here it is. Thank you so much, Victoria. So be a wonderful resource for lots of people. I know I'm not diverse, but we have diverse community. I'm curious what it is too. So I'll pull it to the side just so I can look at it later. Okay. And hi all. Hi, Eloise. How's it going? Are you working on anything, Eloise? And then JC says, I'm going to do some beta reading during my stream. StreamYard doesn't like when I have Microsoft Word open at the same time. That sucks. Kicks me out. So I usually end up doing other things on my list. Well, I guess it's a good time to get other things done, right? And then, is there more? And then, I don't know where the rest of it's at. I feel like, just maybe it is not. Maybe that's where it ends. Other things on my list then. Okay. I was thinking there was more to it. Sorry. And Joanne said to Gwen, oh no, I'll feel better soon. I hope dealing with I'm also dealing with a migraine, but hope you feel better soon. Hey, team chronic pain. Let's go. Answer for Eloise. My MC of Maiden and Artemis would fight to protect a piece of it, and my work in progress, Aphrodite, would fight to change the world, and Aries would fight just either way, LOL. I would love to be a beta reader or whatever for your next book. I don't know if you'll remember. I probably won't remember until we talk about it again. I'm like, oh yeah, I want to be a beta reader. But if you ever get to the point where you're ready for a beta reader, let me know, because I love Greek mythology, and Aphrodite and Aries and that whole mess was some of my favorite stories to read. We get used to not being able to stop. It takes a while to realize we can take down time. Re-motherhood. Yes, true. Very true. 100%. You're exactly right, Shannon. She's finally slowed down on growing, so I'm not buying as much, but it seems like we still go through so many clothes, what with her love of dirt and messy foods. And yes, it's just part being a toddler. So there's such guilt too, especially for women, I think, in not being productive within the home. Yes, 100%. Blows my mind every time I think about my kiddo being under 2 when I was first in this community. When I first joined this community, my kiddo was not talking. He's 12 now. Because I joined in 2021. He was just starting to talk. because he started talking in 2020, but in 2021 it was all echolalia still. He came up with unique phrasing within just the last few years, and now it's a lot. So yeah, now he's growing. Gwenna, LOL, chronic pain plus illness. So yay. Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm working on reconciliations for work, but I wish I was drafting my work in progress. I bet. I feel that too. Like when I have to do admin, I'm like, I'd rather just be writing. Hi, how have you been? Eloise from Joanne. I'll remember, Shannon. I'll send you the link when I'm ready for beta reading. Yay. I would love to read it. I've been busy but good, writing again, so joyful about that. How about you? We'll get to the end. All right, so let's go ahead and get, I'll get another question up there. So these questions, for those who've new coming in, the questions I'm putting up come out of the need of where I feel like interview questions for a protagonist don't seem to really work for me, because they just feel like modern contemporary like questions. And so I'm trying to like make questions that dig deeper into character and character motivations to learn more about your character. And some of these I am putting toward like theme and world and stuff as well, because I'm coming up with those as I'm figuring it out. But yeah, so I don't know what I'm gonna put up next. I'm gonna go back to my list, and I might make some new ones before I figure out which one I'm gonna put up next. But I'll put another question up for this next sprint. And find the right tab. If anyone has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. JC, I know you're about to start your stream in about 33 minutes. So we'll grab that link and drop it in there before, or hopefully before you start. But if I forget, if I get into writing, I don't remember, then I will do it shortly after you start. And for anyone else who's sticking around, we got another hour. And that will be in 3. No, not 3 yet. Soon. 3, 2, 1. Good luck. And that is time on that sprint. How did you do? I'm like right at the end of chapter 7. Like I was not expecting that to pop up when it did. Wrong document. Trying to figure out how many words I have. Not that one. Not that one. This one. Okay. I'm like right at the end of this chapter. I was hoping I'd finish it on this sprint. So then I'd have the last sprint to perhaps maybe do the last chapter. Just, I have not been back to that last chapter I haven't been back to it at all. Where the other chapters I've looked at several times because I kept getting stuck on this chapter. So, I mean, this was 1,090 words. Wow, that's like even. Here, 6, 20, 2, 6, 54 minutes. I don't know what I did for 6 minutes. Oh, yeah, I did go over and leave a comment in JC's stream and got her stream link and put it in the chat. I did something else. I think I stopped in it at the other stream, Cat stream. But 1,090. Alrighty. Looks like there's only one comment. Or one comment since I dropped the sprint link. Okay. So this is where I left off, where Eloise told Joanne, been busy but good, writing again, so joyful about that. How about you? And Joanne said, honestly, could be better. Project Sugar and Spice revisions plus work for my day job have me swamped in stress, but can't complain much. And LOL, thank you, Shannon. I think I was talking about JC's stream. Sending hugs to you, Joanne, and everyone else too. Appreciate that. Got to pop out for a bit, but may be back after work to get some words in. I hope you all have a lovely rest of your night if I don't make it back in time. I don't think you'll make it back in time because I was only going to go one more sprint after this. So I'm assuming your work is going to take a little longer, possibly. And there is the link for JC sprints, which she'll be going quite a bit longer, a bit more longer than I will be going. So thank you. And thanks for hanging out with us, Eloise. Thanks for catching her. Gwen says, all right, I'm heading out to hop on JC's stream. Finished folding about half the laundry. Got the kiddo from daycare. That sprint. Thanks for host, Shannon. I got a lot done. Thank you so much for being here. I'm so glad that you got a lot done. So I wrote about 250 words, but realized I had some homework to do. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. But at least you remembered, hopefully not too late, that you had to get your homework done. So, yeah. Alrighty. I don't think anyone answered the question, and I didn't say it before the sprint started because I didn't have it up there. But this question is, would your story rather explore whether hope is a weapon or a weakness? So for anybody who's still left, it's due Sunday, so I'm fine. Okay, good. I'm glad you remembered in time then. So awesome sauce. All right, let's get set up for this last sprint. I need to add it to the screen. Anybody who has to leave out before we get back, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, one more hour. In 3, 2, 1, good luck. All right, and that is time on the last sprint. How did you do? I was able to go through and finish drafting just the end of the 7th chapter, and then I went through and revised the 8th chapter, and I finished. It was 646 words altogether. So I accomplished my goal of getting through this 3rd story this month. I was hoping to try to get through as many of the 8 short stories as I could. But if I had to only get a few done, I want to at least get 3 because those are going to my Omega readers next month. There's still a few more things I think I want to tweak in all 3 stories, but yeah. Altogether today was 7,263 words. And I did say at the beginning of the day, I was like, I think I could get close to like, what did I say? It was the 5,000 mark. Okay, 65,000 mark. So it was 58,000 is what I have for the month. I was trying to get to 80,000. Probably not going to happen. Not in the next couple days. I have a lot of other stuff I have to do. Today was really like my last writing day for the month. I might get a little bit more in, but not that much. So I thought I could probably get to that 65,000 mark by the end of today, which I hit 65,605. I don't know why I didn't look at my calculator when I was trying to figure out what that 5,000 mark was, but there it is. So I got pretty close to what I was thinking I would get done today. Let's check in with you guys. And left off with saying that the homework is actually due Sunday. So fine, but good that you remembered it beforehand. Mom Maggie, hello. Mom Maggie is the one who put together this All the Words October event. So the internet's finally back after being out all day. Happy scribbling. And then finish my homework. Oh, wow. That was good. You remembered it and finished it all in within basically a sprint. So that was really good. Sometimes I wish I didn't start my master's. Oh, what's your master's in? I mean, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but I think if I would have gone for my master's in psychology, which my bachelor's is in psychology, I think I later would have regretted it. But I ended up not going down that route because other things happened and changed the course of our life at that point when I was applying for master's and PhD programs. And it took me like another year and a half to figure out, you know what, I really don't want to continue doing psychology. And I hadn't applied to any more colleges at that point because of how our life had changed. I thought I still want to go, but I think I'm going to go for writing because that's what I've always really wanted to do. I just let everyone else talk me out of it. So I got my MFA in writing. Enjoy your evening. Thanks so much, Mom Maggie. That was about 2 minutes ago, so I'm not sure if I caught her, but Victoria says, drafting, editing my synopsis. Good luck. I know, because that's a totally different type of writing than creative writing. Probably wrote about 600 words and deleted most of them. Oh, no. Well, maybe you might have to do that. It's like drafting, right? You just draft a few times before you get to the one that works well when it comes to writing stories. But I wish you the best of luck with that. And congrats. Oh, thanks, Adeshley. I didn't know you were still here. Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy with the word count. 65,000 is not bad for a month. So, I don't know. I'm going to try to pop into Rachel's stream tomorrow, and I think I'm going to be on somebody's stream on Friday. Sam. I know I can't be on Mom Maggie. She's doing the last stream for the All the Words October, but it's like 8:30 my time. 9:30 my time, 7:30 my time, whatever 30 my time it is. It's right about the time we'll be trick-or-treating. Not really trick-or-treating, but we'll have trick-or-treaters coming to the house and stuff. So it's a 200 word limit. Oh, so it has to be less than the 600 words you were thinking, or at least, I don't know if that's like 200 words you've written 3 times and deleted all of them, but yeah. But yeah, at least it's not too long. I think you got this. I think you can do this. I wish if I was seeing you again, I'd say, share it if you want. We could try to help you out with it, but I don't really have the time left. I know so I was going to go 12 hours and we're about 25 minutes short. I think I'm done for the day, to be honest. I don't really have much else to write. Not without getting into like another project. And I don't want to do that. Not here at the end of the month when now I want to turn my focus to leaving for the conference that I'm going to on Sunday. So, and a couple other admin things. So, yeah. All right. Thank you, everyone, so much for joining me today. Oh, wait, I didn't answer this. Would your story rather explore whether hope is a weapon or weakness? I think this is very, very interesting. And I actually got this idea from the Sandman. I don't know if anybody has watched The Sandman. I think it's just called Sandman. Maybe it's The Sandman. I don't know, whatever. It's on Netflix. I think it's part of the Marvel universe, but it's got Morpheus, Lord Morpheus. He's the Lord of Dreams and Nightmares. And the second or third or fourth episode, wherever it is, he goes to hell to get his helm back. And he's talking to Lucifer. and they play like a mind game basically, but the mind game actually does like hurt each other. And so they're like, well, I'm this, and I'm like, well, I'm this. Like one's like, I'm a supernova, and at one point, then he talks about um, how he's hope, and she has no comeback. In this case, Lucifer is a female. Lucifer has no comeback for him saying that he's hope. She doesn't have anything that can destroy that. And he says, thanks for conceding gracefully. And she's like, this is not graceful. I will take you down one day or whatever. And he's basically saying, don't forget that I'm the reason why you even have people who fear being in hell. And basically that goes back to the idea of hope, that the fact that people in hell can dream and hope and have hope for a better life is what makes their life a hell in hell. So anyways, I thought that was interesting how hope was being used as a weapon in that case. But yeah, anyways, that's where I came up with that idea from. And I don't really know what my story would rather do. I don't think it would go with weapon or weakness, because all mine are romances, so they end with happy ever after. So yes, JC is sprinting. I did drop it earlier, and I am over there, so I'll probably go back there again. The synopsis is for the project we would use the grant money on, so I think it should be pretty flexible. Probably easier since I've only written 30 pages and not the whole thing. You've got this, Victoria. I wish you the best of luck. If I don't see you, or if I don't hear from you in any of the streams, I might be able to be joining you the next couple days. I wish you the best of luck for applying for the grant. So, and right now, sprinting. Thank you for dropping all links, and I will leave it there. Thanks everyone so much for coming. And if I don't see you around in any streams in the next couple days, then I will see everybody when I come back from the conference on November 10th is when I'll be back. So, all right. Good luck, everyone. Bye.